is the Kickoff Hour. I'm Helmsy alongside Greg Burgess, and this is the Rick and Bubba Show. A lot to unpack today. Speedy out. We'll get to that in a minute. Dan Moultrie will join the show a little bit later on. We'll talk some great outdoors with him and Cuz Strickland from Mossy Oak. So Adler has the TV rocking, and happy to be here with you. Greg, how are you this morning?
I'm good, ready to roll.
Well, it's never the same.
Bright and early.
Never the same when a man's down, but Speedy is out today. Prayers for his family. His dad is having heart surgery this morning. So he's where he needs to be. We'll hold down the fort and covet those prayers from you on that front for Mr. Wilburn and the Wilburn family as they go through that over today and then, of course, the recovery over the next few weeks.
Yes, that's right. So
today's
a big day for them.
Speaking of big days, it's a big day today for the Atlanta Braves and the Houston Astros that they will
kicking off the World Series.
How about that?
Been 20 years.
1999.
Golly.
So
22 years?
do the math. Yeah. How about that?
It's been a minute.
It has been a minute.
I remember when they made the run in the 90s and they were either in the hunt to be in the series or was in the series, and then all of a sudden that faucet got turned off. And,
constantly making.
Of course, now the Astros, they've been in 3 out of 4?
They have
something like that, 3 out of 5 years. I can't remember.
Yeah. And I know they've taken a lot of grief over the last year and a half with the garbage can incident, and they
seem to keep winning.
They do. It seems to me that they don't need garbage cans to win ball games, to bang on them. Seems like they hit the ball pretty well otherwise. So looking forward to that tonight.
I'll be honest, I thought it was pretty creative what they came up with.
Well, everybody's doing things like that. They just happen to get caught, you know?
No. Boom, boom. You hear them hammering it.
That'll start tonight, 7:09 Central Time on Fox. So Daddy on the call, Joe Buck, with John Smoltz. I'll be fired up about that. And Atlanta starting Charlie Morton, and Houston will start Valdez. And that'll be the next 2 nights. So they'll have two games in Houston, and then they'll come back to it. They'll have a travel day, come back to Atlanta, and have a 3-game series there starting on Friday night, and which begs the question, are you going? Are you going to try to go? And so I have been trying to get tickets myself, and after what I'm seeing over the last few days, I don't think it's going to be feasible for me and my family.
You got to have a serious cash you kind of want that you've put aside for a special event, I guess. Or, like I said, you're going to have people also who buy them who really have no business buying them.
You're right.
And I'll worry about it later.
Greg, if I ended up purchasing them for half the price of what I was seeing yesterday, I had no business. I would be one of those people.
How did it get to,
Well, I will tell you what happened. So Sunday, evidently they had released a few tickets. I don't know who got them. I don't know if they were season ticket holders. I don't know if it was just people that went out and got them early, way before we even knew who was going to be in the game. I don't know. But StubHub had released them, and the prices were outrageous. And then I thought, okay, well, then I'm starting to see things on websites where they're going to open up at 9 o'clock. Yesterday at 9 o'clock, Greg, I had a timer on my phone.
Oh, you were ready.
I had the link ready. I had a countdown on the ticket. Ticketmaster was doing this. Well, then I get in there, and you needed a code. Yeah. It was neat because it would go, and it's been a long time since I've bought tickets to anything like
Everything's
that.
Everything's so complicated now.
So it had this. It would put you in a queue, and then all of a sudden it would say you're 60 in line, you're 30 in line, so as people were backing out or purchasing their tickets, it would come down. There was a countdown. You were dropping to you, and then it said, "Hey, you're the next in line. Hold on." Well, then when it got to it, it said I needed a code, and I'm like, "Well, crap. This must be for." People some people that I guess have some kind of privileges, Braves privileges.
Yeah, there's a lot of these in concerts too, like certain credit cards and stuff like that. If you use them, you get a code and you get them early and all this. They work deals with the event.
I thought I had me something for just 1 minute, and so then I had reached out to my wife and I said, "Look, I couldn't get anything this morning. Had to have some kind of code." Well, then she reached out to me about 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon and said, "Hey, there's this code that people are giving around on social media to get the tickets." But evidently they had run out of what they were trying to, the allotment that they had yesterday. Now, I have been told, and I'm just going to throw this out there, I've been told that the general public is going to open up this morning at some time, and that you can get them reasonable at that point if you can get in.
Yeah.
But they say the process of getting in is going to be crazy. So, and they say that it's going to be expensive anyway.
And like I say, this code deal, what you got is you got these ticket brokers buying them up. because they have all the deals with the different companies. And you like say, if I use American Express or whatever, I just use that example. I get a code for this day for pre-sales.
Yeah,
it's big business.
Well, I will probably not go. But you know what? I enjoy watching. I would only want to go to take Braden. That's it.
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't. We wouldn't even try to get extra tickets to take anybody else in the family. It would just simply be. I'd rather sit at home and watch it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So no. If you're, hey, good luck today if you're trying to get Braves tickets. And here's the deal. If you got a couple extra tickets, Greg and I go with you. Just do that.
There you go.
That's something we can do. Yeah. Got some questions I want to ask you at some point during this segment.
Sure.
One of them is going to be very strange.
Okay, I like a good strange
has
question.
to do with dogs and watching television.
Dogs.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to ask you something on that.
All right.
I really can't believe I'm even going to bring that to the table. But it has to do with Coco, and it has to do with dogs watching TV.
Okay.
So I do have that.
Didn't we do a story about a dog channel one time?
They're out there, and this is part of that. That's kind of where I want to go.
I don't know if I want to have a dog channel.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what I've ventured off.
So
in.
you may have your own dog channel. How about that?
Well, that would be something.
Laugh at that.
Yeah.
Put that in your pocket.
That's not what I'm doing, but
you never know.
But I do have a question, and I'm serious about it. I'm not joking. I feel like I can talk to you about it because Speedy's not here, and y'all can't pile on.
No.
15 minutes after the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
kicking things off this morning. Greg, when we went to break, I brought up Coco, and my pet, my dog, my mini Australian Shepherd that we love and adore. She's new to the family. And I brought up dogs and TV. And bottom line to this is I feel like Coco is now watching television because we have started putting these dog channels and stuff on TV. We
did a story on the dog channels. What's on it? Dogs running?
Well, okay. So here's what I wanted. So in the break, we have a call from Stephen in Enterprise, and I guess he knew where I was going with this because he says that his dog watches television. Stephen, I'm just going to bring you in. I need your help here because I feel like I went to YouTube and I felt for some reason, Greg, I felt as if I needed something. I felt bad because it was one of those days where it was like 8 hours and we were not around. I knew we weren't going to be around, and I thought, you know what, I'm gonna fire up the TV for Coco. Yeah. And I just started searching YouTube, and I saw I just did dog TV, and all these different things come up for dogs to watch, like 15 hours worth of stuff, content. So I just put it on it, and I ran out the door. And several times as I was coming in and out, I felt like Coco was actually watching the television. So, Stephen, can you help me out? Is the dog watching television? Stephen? Oh, hey, Helms, you got to answer him first. Yeah. Stephen? Sorry about that. That was on me. Yeah, that was on me. I pulled you up, but I didn't actually.
He got to hollering about it.
Yeah.
So my wife's service dog, she decided one day to take her dog to the movies. And I told her, I was like, well, I don't know if that's going to be good. It's really loud. It's a lot of picture. And her dog, instead of sitting beside her on the floor, got up in her lap and literally sat in her lap, but not laying down, sitting up, staring at the movie screen. And ever since then, she watches TV. My wife sits down to watch TV. I don't care what episode it is.
Sure.
It could be live sports, whatever. She will sit there and literally watch the TV. And my son, who was visiting, came in the room, and he goes, she's watching TV. And I said, yeah, she does. And he goes, I've never seen that. And I said, yep, but she does.
And it doesn't matter what's on.
It doesn't matter what is on. She will sit there and watch it. And as people walk left to right on the screen, you can see her head tilt left and right.
Yeah, so I'm noticing that too.
No, that's fun.
I've noticed that too. It is.
Pays attention to it.
So have you tried some of these other things on YouTube in regards to actual things that are meant for dogs to be watching?
So we have done, for our service dogs, I have mine and she has hers, we put on music for them. It's dog music. It's supposed to be soothing. We have done the YouTube TV, and we have a camera that watches our dogs, and they will actually lay there and watch TV, and they do not seem as stressed out when you're not there. It creates noise because if not, they are actually, from what I've learned, is they are actually laying there when you're not there trying to listen for you. So they're not fully relaxed, trying to listen for a car door sound, your voice, whatever. And supposedly this is soothing to them. And when we watch them on the camera, it looks like it is soothing to them, or they actually just kind of sit on their dog couch and relax.
And Greg,
if you could teach them to change the channel, it would be great.
Greg, well, I mean, listen, they'll go to the door and ring a bell and let you know when they need to go out of the bathroom. So the TV remote's not out of the question.
It's not.
I can vouch for. Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
We just got to get Alexa to speak dog, and then we'd be all right.
There you go.
Well, the first time I ever did this with our dog, it was the fact that we were going, but we were gone for a long period of time. But the second time was, to his point, Greg, there was a lot of construction, tree removal across the street of the house, and I noticed just sitting around that she was jumping all over, like every time something moved, and I thought, I got to turn the TV up so she's not hearing all this. That was kind of my thing, so she'll relax. And it worked, but I never at that. This was like me rolling ESPN, I think, or maybe Fox Sports. It was Colin Cowherd. And bring him. So that's That's what I did. So then the next time, so to your question, because you asked, what are these dog channels? I don't know if there's specific ones, but the one I picked had a lot of landscapes and music, so it was different. It was very it almost was like they could go on an adventure. I know that sounds silly, Greg, but it was almost like trailing through the woods, and then you have this, I guess, soothing music. Stephen described it. But anyway,
we leave the TV on when we leave, and we just always have for Chloe to sit in there with it. Yeah. But no particular channel.
Can y'all still hear me?
Yeah, I pulled you down for just a minute because I was getting some background noise. You're good. You're good.
So our vet and other vets actually recommend it for dogs that have anxiety, like fireworks.
Yeah.
Whatever the case is going on. They recommend it for that, and we do that every time there's fireworks and different stuff that, to help them, and it seems to work. Yeah. So we've stuck with it.
Well, that's a good idea. Hey, Stephen, thanks for joining us this morning. That was fun to talk about, and it helped me tremendously because Greg, if it would have been Greg and Speedy here, I'd never got through that. So thank you.
Well, maybe y'all can watch stuff together, you and your dog.
And it is funny, Greg, to watch these. And Coco's just a puppy, but she'll sit there on the fireplace, Greg, and she'll just do this. She'll watch the TV and she'll just turn her head. Mm. She's really intrigued on, hey, what's going on here?
Put Blippy on there and see if she likes it.
Greg, see, this is what I didn't want to happen.
Well, I mean,
don't
Blippy,
steal my joy.
He seems like the dogs would love Blippy.
Don't steal my joy.
Or Cocomelon. Try that, too. So this is because I have grandkids. I know all these shows.
Yeah, you're into a world with
kids
television.
And dogs are the same mental state, I figure.
Okay, so you said Blippy. What is in your world right now that you thought you'd never
Cocomelon.
See, I've never even heard of that. So, see, my kids are past all that.
It was little baby bums at first. This was
okay.
Ellis when he was baby and getting older. But now he still likes Blippy and stuff like that. Now he'll tear up some Toy Story. He'll watch it 1,000 times.
Okay, so that was my next question. So what are the things that are out there that kind of stood the test of time?
All the Pixar stuff.
I think that's good to this day.
I like it when they watch that.
At 43 years old, I think it's good. If I was at home today and Maddie said, I want to watch Toy Story, I'd sit down with her.
I do too. I'd rather watch that than Blippy, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I think Blippy would be tough for me.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's tough.
I've noticed too, and probably not in your world and probably didn't stand the test of time. Maybe it has, but Clifford the Big Red Dog.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen the previews.
My kids came up with that.
So, yeah, mine too. And so I've seen the previews. There's a new movie coming out. It's an animated thing. You're going to hate
Clifford?
that. Yeah, it's real people and then the animated Big Red Dog. So, but it intrigued me a little bit. Maddie saw the preview the other day. I said, you remember Clifford? She goes, yeah. I said, new movie coming out. We need to go see that. I think it's a holiday thing.
I think you need to.
So maybe we can take Coco.
She'd watch.
Didn't realize, by the way, and I know he said service dog. Okay, so
it's Coco service dog.
No, but that has come up at the house. Amanda actually brought it up to see if we could. That way, we could just take her everywhere.
Oh, wait a minute, but don't they have to do something?
No, all you got to do is write a check, Greg. It's that easy.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's like $100.
They send them that vest. It says service dog.
Serious, it's that easy. I know that's dumbing down the system for what it really needs, but that's all. You write a check, people take anything.
Yeah.
You know that.
It's true.
We'll be back. Hang with us.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes after the hour, you listen to the kickoff hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. I'm Greg, hanging out with Helmsy. Speedy's out today, but not sure when he'll be back, but we'll get an update today, and then we'll hold down the fort until he does. And how about this? This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by allform.com/Bubba. Now, look, we're moving towards the holiday season. You know, being comfortable in your own home is important, and a new couch or chair or sofa for the family room, your living room, maybe even your patio. Even your house on the lake, if you have one of those. Anyway, Allform makes an outstanding, high-quality, handmade American furniture, including armchairs, sofas, sectional love seats at affordable prices. Rick has one of these at the camp house. I actually sleep on it when I get down there. It's pretty awesome. Allform.com/Bubba. Furniture arrives fast, and shipping is always free. Now, think about this. You could have your new chair or sofa in 3 or 4 days, customized exactly the way you want it. If you're worried that you won't like it, no problem. Comes with a 100-day free trial with free returns and full refunds. So you got nothing to lose. Go to allform.com/Bubba. Save 20% off anything you buy and get the forever warranty. That's allform.com/Bubba to save 20%. And you find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Now 36 minutes after the hour.
How about that?
Got an update for you. Thank you, Greg, for that. I got an update for you. So Amanda, my wife, just texted me a picture of Coco watching you and I this morning on the kickoff.
So
she has seriously sent me a picture.
Look at there.
Coco is sitting in the chair.
Does that qualify us as dog TV?
We're distracting her this morning. We're keeping
dog
her,
TV.
I tell you this, we're keeping her at ease.
That's right.
This morning.
I think it's so soothing. Is what it is, because we're known for that.
Not sure why they're up so early, but Coco is listening and watching right now, right in the living room.
Well, there you go. So if you need the kickoff hour on Dog TV, no problem.
And I made the comment too about the service dogs and emotional support animals.
Yeah, you basically said you could buy your way in.
I said you could. You can buy your way in. I've got a Bill in Alabama wants to check in. Bill, how are you this morning?
I'm doing great, guys. About yourself?
Great.
Good.
We have 2 Maltese, and my wife has the thought of having to take the dogs to doggy jail or whatever when we go on vacation or trips.
Mm-hmm.
So she researched it, and we pretty much, I think it was $350, and we got the certificates. They send you a little vest or whatever, and pretty much we've never been denied wherever we take our pets on vacation.
So
as long as they have the vest on.
So I do want to make a clarification.
So they don't have to qualify in no way.
And that's where I want to clarify something, because my wife sent this to me a minute ago as well. So there is a difference between service dogs and emotional support animals. And so the service
these are some.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. These are emotional support.
There you go.
dogs.
And that's what I wanted to clarify.
Now, how do you qualify for that?
Yes, sir.
Do you not have somebody? I mean, you need a doctor's note that says you need emotional support from a dog.
Greg, you go online, you write a check.
So basically, it's bogus.
Well, I mean,
everybody likes their dogs.
Yeah.
That don't mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But you're right.
So I have to like my dog. That's all I got to do to qualify for that.
Yeah. And Bill, you said $350 for that. Was for both of them, correct?
That was for both, right?
Okay. Well, I'm glad you checked in today.
So service dog is different.
Service dog is different. It's more of a rigorous training. They go through years of training for a service dog. The emotional support animal is what we're discussing.
See, that's what has happened with these peacocks and pigs and
turkeys,
all this, which is people just took it. I guess they spent $150 and they got to have a emotional support turkey. See, that's what happens when stuff like this starts.
No, you're right. You're right.
Come on.
So if we want
to have that, I just
got
to like my dogs and send them $150.
Correct. And that is
nobody has to say that. Hey, Greg's got anxiety, and
maybe like 180, but yeah,
you don't have to have an anxiety note from your doctor.
No,
simply
go online and.
Well, I bet
people
today they're probably going to go out. A lot of people are going to hear this and go out and get registered.
Well, yeah, probably. We're probably.
Y'all realize that's
Greg.
bogus.
We're probably going to do it.
You realize that's bogus, right?
Do you realize that 6 months ago this would not, if you would have said, "Hey, Helms, you're going to go register. You're going to get a new puppy. You think you'll register to be an emotional support animal?" I'd have laughed you out of the room.
Yeah.
But here we are.
Wow.
How about that?
Boy, times have changed.
866 We Be Big. I'm just going to take a chance that this caller, because we got unscreened phone calls, I'm going to take a chance that this caller wants to add on to this. And if they do not, I'll blow them up. How about that?
All right.
Unscreened phone calls. I'm going to go with your last 3939.
Oh, there you go.
Hello.
Hello.
You're on. Here's your chance.
There it is. And
see you. Good
boom, day. Out you go.
All right, so
That didn't work out.
I understand you have a life hack over there,
hang on,
and for you to bring up a life hack was kind of strange to me anyway.
And I will say this.
And you said, "Hey, Helms, check this out. How about this life hack?" And I thought, "What in the world's wrong?"
You
with
remember the one that I really loved is when I found out the tabs on the aluminum foil. You know, I had no idea that was. I
don't think many people did.
My mother the other day, I was at her house and she didn't even know it.
Yeah,
she's
that
79.
caught everybody off guard.
Well, here's another one. This one's not quite as sharp to me, but basically, your paper towel. It's a hack for paper towels to make them last longer.
We need that at our house. This is one of those things we waste.
So I'm watching it here. So basically, they cut it in half. Sorry about the music. They cut it in half.
I kind of like the music, actually.
And so now you have two pieces. It's a little bit bigger than a toilet roll. But
I see what
as
you're
you
doing.
peel off, it makes one little strip.
Yeah.
So it gives you twice. It lasts twice as long. They're talking about how the kids will get handfuls and just pull handfuls off.
Yeah.
You do this, you have a smaller portion, and it lasts longer.
I never just grab
Pretty
one
good.
because when you do it, it never tears in just one for me.
Well,
I always
like
end up getting two.
I like the small ones. You can go double or not.
Yeah.
This is like the regular roll, but you're pulling it off sideways. It makes about the same size as the old.
And how did they cut it? With a knife?
But see, here's the thing.
Is that how they cut it, with a knife?
But that's really not a hack because I'll just pull more off of that. They're talking about the kids keep pulling a bunch off, or they're just going to pull a bunch off 2 rows.
I think with those, though, you have to actually hold it and pull one because you're not being able to really put it on the roll
I don't
thing.
know. But
I
anyway,
hate those rolls that stand up and you pull.
In the hack world, this isn't that one of my favorites up to this point, but it was still worth mentioning. It's nowhere like the aluminum foil tab. That was life-changing.
The aluminum foil thing really took you
how did
surprise.
That happen?
It took all of us by surprise, but you've actually used it, and you're saying, hey, this was a game changer.
It was that, and Adler brought it up one day when we were talking about them, the gas gauge in your car.
Yeah.
The little arrow shows you what side the gas nozzle goes.
Yeah.
Never knew that.
Really?
Did not.
Interesting.
Sure didn't.
Well, I stirred up the phones, and so this may be a mistake, but we're going to do it anyway. Because that's what we do here. 866 We Be Big, unscreened phone calls.
Unscreened.
1656, last 4, go.
About the dog thing, man. Your dog's supposed to be a dog, man. That's just the way it is. You know what I mean?
What about your emotional support you get from it?
Well, I reckon I can't say much about that, but I know my dog. I love on my dog. My dog needs loved on. He loves on me.
That's right. But do you have a vest for him that says emotional support on him?
Absolutely not.
No, Greg. He just a dog is a dog, and that's the way it's going to be.
That's right. I wouldn't put one on Buddy.
Thank you for checking in.
I left this morning. Buddy laying in the yard.
Oh, got our radio up.
Oh, delay's on. Got messing with you.
2884, you're on. Go. Hello.
Let's go, Brandon.
That's good. Okay.
Is that all you got? Okay.
Never mind.
7567. Y'all gonna have to turn your radio down.
Turn your radio down if you're calling in.
Hello.
Hello.
How many of it?
This isn't working.
How many of them on the phone we say hello says hello, thinking it's them?
Know.
Of course, they got the delay on, so it
is hard to do it. So, but
I'm gonna give one more and then we're moving on.
Well, it's
I got
going
two
so
other
well.
things.
I know.
I think we all do too. 8539. Some people may not even know their phone numbers. I'm calling out.
I don't know yet
because that's the way we are these days.
You don't call yourself.
No. 8539. Last 4, go.
Hey, so I have a buddy down in Foley, Alabama, for instance. He's so last year with Hurricane Ida, I guess, he had his fence blown over. He's always had chickens in his backyard, and so he's dealing with an HOA that doesn't allow animals or anything.
Yeah.
And so his neighbors actually caught him with his chickens once the privacy fence blown over, and he actually went through and registered his chickens that he had, yard chickens, as an emotional support animal.
Oh my goodness!
Ain't no way.
Unreal.
So he just wrote a check for a few chickens.
Well, I don't know what these calls are about.
I can
it's
see.
lit up like a Christmas tree.
If somebody wanted emotional support from an animal, it would be from a dog because they interact with you.
Yeah.
A chicken is not going to support anyone.
No.
They're just chickens.
No.
Just waiting to be cooked.
0733, you're on. Go.
Wait.
6164, go. Blow you up.
Did you say 6164?
Yeah,
Yes.
go ahead, buddy.
Fired up.
Fact that got me was the plastic thing. It goes on the middle of a pizza. You can use it to hold the slice next to your slice when you pull it off.
All right, hold on. Time out. Let's rewind.
You can
Say
hold-
that
you-
one time.
You
Say
can use
that
it
one
for
more time.
what?
The white plastic thing in the middle of
Yeah.
the pizza,
Oh, yeah.
you can use it to hold the slice next to your slice you're trying to pull off so you're not touching somebody's pizza.
Oh,
I got you.
mash it on top and pull. Okay.
I got you. Good hack. Not a
'cause I've
life
noticed
change. Not a
lately-
life change thing, but not a game changer.
But I've
it's a
noticed
life
lately,
hack.
I don't know if all of them's pizza cutters are dull, but lately the pizzas I get, they're not cut
Drives
good.
me nuts.
What's the deal here?
Drives me nuts.
Get a better cutter.
Let's go to one more. 3489, go.
Hey, Helmsley, I know you get a little pissy and defensive when people call you out, but a dadgum emotional support animal is not a service dog.
Yeah, I
And it doesn't
clarified.
meet
I clarified that.
Yeah, you said that. I'm walking. I'm sorry, but
Sounds like you're pissy.
it doesn't.
A little pissy about it.
Yeah, there you go with your little defensive bullshit.
Oh,
wow.
You missed it. You missed it.
Did I?
Yeah.
Oh,
Or did you get it?
yeah. I think I got it. I mean, YouTube heard it. So, wow.
That's wow. He was. What was that all
I
about?
don't know. That's somebody talking about. It's funny that he called me that, but yet he was the one acting at that. That didn't make a whole lot of sense.
It ain't counting down.
I think I just hit it once.
I don't know.
I think I cut it off is what happened. I don't know. Either way, on him, not us. We'll be back. Got a question. Helmsy here alongside Greg Burgess. It is the kickoff hour on the Rick and Bubba Show. Adler Rockin' TV. Everything you need to know about Rick and Bubba. rickandbubba.com. Dan Moultrie joining us at the top of the hour with Cuz Strickland from Mosey Oak. So we're looking forward to catching up with them, talking great outdoors. They got some great products. I think they've got a little prize for us.
Watch out.
So fired up. And, of course, we'll always play Match Moultrie. Which
get ready for that. I'm sure it'll be something bizarre
fun.
and really hard.
It will be.
So that's
it's
good.
fun.
I always look forward to it.
For those of you that we apologize for the language that was.
I don't know if it got out or not.
I don't have a clue. I know some people heard it.
I was really worried about his dog. I tell you.
Yeah,
that.
and so I hate that they had to hear that. So sorry about that.
Yeah.
Real quick. So I got a question in regards to the Guntersville Treaty. I've always wanted to do this, and I kind of wish I figured y'all would have done this to me by now. When one of us is out, I almost want to have everybody today send Speedy that has email, send him an email that says the same exact thing. Okay, and
you're not doing this.
Is that before we even go there? Is that against?
I don't think it is.
Now, Greg, is this because you want to do this, or is it because
possible.
you just? Do you really believe that?
I mean, what would you want to send him?
Like if everybody said, "Hey, Speedy,
you might as well do it now.
Definitely go with the strawberries." Just something real, like real strange and unique.
Yeah, just to see
it and
confuse him
and confuse him. That's the biggest thing. Is why is everybody sending me this same weird email?
I like it. Yeah, I think.
Is that against? I got to know. Is that against the rules?
No, I don't think so.
There's a part of me that thinks it is.
I don't think it is.
Is it not?
Nah, it's no harm. I mean, he ain't gonna get in trouble about it.
What should we have everybody send him? That's Speedy at rickandbubba.com. Huh? Yeah, I mean, I want it to be bizarre. And that's why I said that about strawberries, because he'll look at that and go, what in the world does this even mean?
Yeah. What can we say?
Never mind. I'm starting to feel bad, so I'm going to do it.
I like it, though.
It's not like he's out on vacation. So that's another thing.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. Last thing he needs today is
a bunch of emails with everybody
because he's going to be trying to see what's going on the show.
Okay.
If he's out tomorrow, we'll do it.
Well, Greg, I think that if he's out tomorrow, it's because he needs to be there dealing with.
I don't know. I really want to do it.
I do too. All right, let's
next time. See, I would. If I'd had a heads up,
I'd
had a bet. I want to come up with something really weird.
Let's think
we'll
about
shelf
it.
it.
Let's shelf
it.
I think we come back to that.
Don't get everybody fired up.
But I would like almost hundreds of emails at some point that have the same exact unique thing that we come up with that he has to deal with today.
It makes no sense.
And I mean, I want him to Marco Polo us and text us going, "What is this?
Yeah, what's this mean?
Yeah.
Why am I keep getting emails?"
All right, so we'll think that through. Did you give any Monday Night Football anything at all last night?
Did not. I say I did not. I saw like 2 or 3 plays.
Yeah.
I just wasn't interested. Who won?
I wrote it down.
I wasn't interested in the matchup at all.
The Saints won 13-10.
Ooh, big offensive game sounds like.
I looked up. You were right about Russell Wilson being out. Geno Smith, I think, is their quarterback.
Yeah, I didn't know he's still in the league.
Saw Jameis Winston hollering at either a receiver or something, like getting all over him last night. Of course, they didn't take too well to it. But the Saints did win.
But it didn't sound like they scored a lot of points. So.
Didn't watch it. I'm into this, what is it, American Crime Story that's on FX. They've put out seasons before where they have actors play out things.
Yeah,
and this is the Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky deal. And it's, I don't know if it's fully out, but I know there's like 8 or 9 episodes. And so I'm probably 3 episodes in. So I knew baseball I'd be all about that tonight and tomorrow. Yeah. And so I watched a little bit. It's called Impeachment, by the way. American Crime Story, Impeachment. It's pretty good. Actors are good.
I'm not going to be able to stay up and watch the game.
It's going to be rough. I give it about 6 or 7 innings probably.
It's going to be tough. But
especially with a man down, because we do get here a little earlier when a man's down. So, I will – it usually falls into that 6th to 7th inning. Now, I will say this. If I look up and the game is going by relatively quickly and we're in the 8th and it's 9 o'clock, I'll stay up for the rest of it. But it's usually not the case. It's going to be 9:30 in the 6th or 7th inning probably.
Then it goes in extra innings, and you're like, well, crap. I'll probably just will watch it start and see what's kind of like you say, and then go to bed and get up the next day and turn the radio on and see who won.
I'll do a lot of pregame today too. That'll be in the background as I'm doing things around the house.
I saw where they asked Jock Peterson, since he was on the Dodgers when they won it, and he's played in like 3.
Yeah, 3 of the last.
The
4,
key
maybe?
to winning the World Series, he said, score more runs than the other person. He's
a character.
Quote.
I think
he said one way to win it is score more runs than they do.
Do you know who he reminds me of? And you just got a text from him a minute ago. Jock Peterson reminds me of Cassio Kidd for some reason.
Really?
Yes. It's like if Cassio Kidd was playing baseball for the Atlanta Braves.
He's got better hair than Cassio.
Cassio would bring out the pearls. He would definitely do
would.
He would do the blonde mohawk.
Yeah.
I mean, got a little bit of weight to him.
Yeah, Jock's not the most athletic-looking guy.
No, but son of a gun hits bombs.
He does.
And hey, I'm going to tell you, he's quicker in the outfield than you give him credit for.
And I don't
He'll
know
go
what
get
that
a baseball
pearl thing is.
Well,
we've heard 900 different stories about it. But anyway, that was his key to the win. You got to score more runs than they do. I thought, well, thank you, Jock. I never really imagined that.
Jock, if you do that tonight, you will take game 1. So
that's right. So
looking forward to that. It's exciting time in sports for the folks of Atlanta.
That's right. Been a while.
It has.
Knockahoma's fired up. He's ready to scream.
What if they brought him back?
They should. They ought to put his teepee back up in the outfield.
I would. Especially the way they treated about the All-Star game. Would in a minute.
Oh.
I'd also let John Rocker throw out the first pitch.
Absolutely.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number.
Day without 'em, brother.
This hour starts with a national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Let's go. A brand new hour has begun, and we are excited as the show goes forward today. Speedy is out. We told you his dad having open heart surgery, so he is with his family and his dad today, and we are all praying for that procedure to go smoothly and him to have a speedy and successful recovery. Pun intended. So he's out today, but the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler are all here. Dan Moultrie will join us and bring us a very, very special guest, Cuz Strickland, today from Mossy Oak. And we got gifts, and we got fun. We got Match Moultrie with your opportunity to win a nice prize today from Moultrie and Pradco. So be paying attention for that, and that'll start pretty quick today. Let's bring him in, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup of Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Come on in. Let's get it started.
I see the morning sun.
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Well, we got a lot to unpack. I was whatever happened, because there was a time yesterday afternoon. Hey, y'all be quiet, please, or shut the door. So anyway, can y'all shut up? But anyway, so
It's like being at the Grand Ole Opry in here today.
Remember that from Night Shift? Reminding myself to shut up. But anyway, going forward on the program today, and I know we're going to get into all the Moultrie stuff, and Cuz is here, and we're fired up about that. So we'll do that next, for the next several segments. But at one point yesterday, you threw out the text, Brian Laundrie, it's not his body. It's not his remains. He's still on the loose. Then I started searching stories, and we'll try to unpack that today. It was kind of like, then I saw the word inconclusive, and then that kind of faded away. Can we go back to that today and work on that?
You know, Rick, I got off on another project and never went back to that. And what it was, I got a notification from my son, and matter of fact, we were having lunch, and he said, "Hey, DNA didn't match up. So that's when I sent it to y'all. I didn't look for.
Wait a minute, you went off Hunter Bussey?
Yeah.
Okay, and sent out that 4-bell alarm or 5-bell, how many bells it is?
And then Betty, I was in communication with her, and she said basically the same thing, and I was going to look into it further, and as me and you, we sometimes we have to deal with more pressing issues.
Oh, sure.
Like, if you've had lunch and maybe your tummy's hurting.
Right.
And
sure.
I got going in another direction. I never got back to it. So what was it? Was there anything to it, or is that bad information?
So you're part of the current media today. We just throw something out there.
I did to y'all.
Right.
I did to y'all. But I didn't go out public.
But the stories I looked at, and we'll unpack it after all the Moultrie stuff. But the story I said, this is not that Hunter was wrong.
Right.
What they're really saying is we can't confirm that it's his. It's inconclusive. So we've sent bones off to some anthropologist or something. So really you are not completely wrong, or Hunter isn't. They couldn't figure out whose body this was. It doesn't mean we've declared it's not his. We can't confirm that it is. So really,
it might actually just be the cause of death is inconclusive, not the fact that it's Brian Laundrie. From what I can tell right now,
it's very confusing.
The inconclusive part of it is the cause of death, not the fact that it's Brian Laundrie. From what I can tell right now.
Yeah, it was very confusing. You know why? Because
if I sounded the alarm a little quick, I apologize for you guys. But at least I didn't go out public with it.
No,
that was our behind the scenes thing.
Yeah, but I tell you one thing. You may be up for a job at a news network. But,
CNN, come on.
But anyway, what I'm saying is, like you, Adler, I ran up on the word inconclusive.
Right.
And then you tried to figure out, well, what are they saying is inconclusive? So we'll unpack that today. It may be that they don't know, they're not sure whose body it is. They still think it's his, and they don't know how he was killed. We'll try to figure all that out. But I tell you one thing. I mean, I was like you, of course. Shocker there when you sent it out. I too was eating lunch. But I was
stop the cheese dip immediately.
I was eating solo. I don't know what it is with my phone. I have a hard time if I go into a restaurant. My phone starts acting like it does not want to participate with their Wi-Fi. It's like I don't like this place.
Yeah, well, I don't. You got to be careful. On that. You can get compromised.
Well, it doesn't like it. It just says I'm not going on here. Sorry, you better cut me off and go sell only.
Yeah, I just stay with the sale. You know what? I'll tell you though. I'm a social butterfly, and a lot of that has to do around meals.
Just flap your little wings.
Because listen, there's nothing better than having about 3 or 4 people you really want to talk to during lunch, and somehow cheese be involved. And but there are times that I like to just sit and eat quietly and look at my phone and catch up on text.
You would be
because I get a lot of text, and I know you do too.
Yeah, I think it may surprise you the number of times that I will eat lunch alone, just for that reason. And because a lot of times when I've got the schedule going, if I'm going to do a social butterfly lunch, then you better have 2 hours.
Right.
But sometimes I don't have 2 hours. I just need to eat. And then those are times I just sit there and
And I'm always afraid that I'm going to get busy and miss a meal.
Yeah.
So I like to eat early, and if there's any downtime, to go ahead and get ahead of the curve. I call it.
Yeah.
Ahead of the curve.
Yeah. I've seen you almost panic, like a meal was going to get by us. So all right, we'll come back. Let's jump in it. But
thank goodness I could probably make it 2 weeks without biting. I wouldn't like it, but I can probably make it.
Already had an uncomfortable conversation with Ronnie Cuz Strickland of Mossy Oak. He claimed that the first time he tried to meet us that we gave him 0.
And Rick, for those of you not familiar with hunting, this is a legend, okay?
Yep.
It doesn't get much bigger than this.
And he did the right thing. He brought us gifts. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. You can reach us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Bubba, we were talking about it, and you get excited about Moultrie returning to the program. It's unpredictable. Who knows what will happen? Leonard Skinner's on the hunt, brings Moultrie back in to this edition of Rick and Bubba. Moultrie, welcome back.
Good morning, guys.
You fired up?
Oh, with this guest we got today, who can't be fired up?
Dan, we're just glad you came out of the woods. I mean, I know this is
it is hunting season.
You're already in hunting season in Georgia. So
there's not many people I'd come out of the woods for, but for this guest we've got today, it's well worth being here, guys.
Well, we definitely want to introduce to the audience, and I know a lot of you that do hunt or are in the outdoors, you're familiar with Mossy Oak and that incredible brand. Ronnie Cuz Strickland. There he is.
Hey,
Cuz is here.
I can die a happy man. I have reached my top bucket list thing. I made it to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Let me tell you, you need to update that list.
No, I don't.
I heard about that first attempt. It didn't work out.
Well, you know, a lot of times if you don't want to be disappointed, raising children, you should do this for your children. Set expectations low.
No.
You know what I mean? So that then it exceeds. But now you were telling me and Bubba before the show started, and you brought us some really cool Mossy Oak gifts. We'll grab some of those and show those on the camera here in a minute.
Gary Rick has yours.
No. Hey, did y'all have Cuz on?
Listen, this is all you're gonna get from Gary. Hey, where'd you get that?
Hey, did you get Cuz to get me one of them? Hey, I'm gonna tell you what, I'd look good. I wish I had one of them. You can't even
Rick and Bubba logo.
You can't even have a Rick and Bubba Mossy Oak. So anyway, you that is what I'm going to hear, by the way. So anyway, you brought us some cool stuff. Thank you for that.
Yes.
But you said that there was an attempt for you to meet us. We did so if it was a book signing, that was that deal we had.
That was years ago.
That's the deal we had with Thomas Nelson. So that's probably been
a while.
Wow.
It was at the hunting book.
You remember how many years ago it
It
was?
was the Rick and Bubba Code.
Oh, Rick and Bubba.
That's the second
That's
one.
book number. That was the second book. How long ago was that?
16 years. I mean, it was a long time ago. There wasn't any social media.
It was before I was here, and I've been here 14 years.
Y'all were at the Kroger in Starkville, Mississippi, having a book signing.
On the book signing.
I'm a fan. My wife's a huge fan. So me being the PR guy, I said, I'm gonna go over there. And I grabbed me some business cards and stood in that line.
Hour and a half he was in the line.
I was in that line. I was almost the last guy. And and when I got up there, y'all were visiting with people trying to get out of there, and I gave my cards to Speedy. And I told him who I was and what I was doing, but you could tell y'all were just worn out. So anyway.
Blow off may be a good term.
No. Y'all were
Yeah.
I ended up checking it off to a bad technique on my part.
Right.
But the funniest part is when I got home and I told my wife, she was hoping I'd line up a hunt with you guys. And I told her what happened. And she looked at me, she said, "Some PR guy you are." She said they were right in front of you.
Because that's on us.
Hey, Rick, Ronnie,
we dropped the
Ronnie
ball.
goes,
Big time.
I was going to fix them up with the clothing deal and take them hunting.
See, you're exaggerating. You always add on.
That is no fertilizer, is it?
Rick signing bonus.
We had big dreams. Because look, on a
Had
serious...
$1,000 in his pocket for each of us.
Had a new Jeep, passed them out.
2 trucks.
You don't know where it could have
640 acres each.
That's it. New farm.
Small cabin.
Had us a house over in West Point.
on the golf course.
A new studio to do the show out of Mississippi.
Might need one of those now.
Yeah, sure.
But anyway, I was telling Cuz because I have a son that's at Mississippi State now. So when we first started figuring out, when your kid ends up somewhere, you start going, well, where do you go when you come and visit and all this? And somebody told us about Waverly and West Point. Well, I come into West Point, and of course I knew you guys were in Mississippi, but I didn't know exactly where. And I see this big giant Mossy Oak sign, and everything's got Mossy. I said, this town is owned by Mossy Oak. And so then we get over to Waverly, and she was like, well, you know what? We've got these new Mossy Oak cabins
at the Mossy Oak golf course.
At the golf course like that. And so we stayed in them. And Dad loved it, being outdoorsman or whatever. You get up, and it's just a beautiful view every morning, and it's great.
Yeah, that's George Bryan, the guy who got built Waverly and all that. Him and Toxie are friends, and he wanted Toxie involved in the branding of all that. So it's worked out well. But on a serious point, the reason I was wanting to get hooked up with you guys is because from the get-go, we aligned so good. character, ethics, morals, politics. You guys mean something. You stand for something, and we do too. You know,
no doubt.
It's never been about us. It's always about the critters and stuff.
And God bless you. You guys just weren't able to be successful without us.
Yeah.
It really hindered you. That was really an obstacle. God
how you did it.
I hope y'all make it.
Yeah, y'all done pretty good too. So that goes both ways.
All right. Well, I know Moultrie's he's just about to have a feeder fit if we don't mention this new feeder. How about the 325?
I'd rather Ronnie Strickland tell his story. That's what I'd rather have.
Yeah. Here's the deal. We've been helping. We've been knowing Dan forever.
Yeah.
We were starting about the same time. He started a couple of years before Moultrie.
In the garage working on your feeder.
Yeah. And Toxie met him, and Toxie and I, the guy who started and owns Moultrie, we were eating at a big outdoor show somewhere. Sandwiches. This was way before steaks and all that. And he saw Dan. He said, "We got to help that guy." He said, "He's one of us."
Well, how about that?
And I heard the story, and I made Dan tell the story on my podcast last week. But anyway, I've always been a Moultrie fan because I knew him. Their stuff is good, and they don't pay me. They don't sponsor anything. But,
it's hard to get $1 off Moultrie, so I believe
it usually goes the other way.
Toxic calls him the king of slick. He said he's the smartest entrepreneur in the hunting business.
Yeah, we have a term you got to learn how to speak Moultrie because he's got his own language.
Yeah, we
you
call
got
it
to know what Moultrie
Dananese.
means. Dananese.
You ever heard of Dananese? We can interpret for you if you need
it. He's very smart.
They own you.
All I want to do is talk about 325.
That's all you want to talk about.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway, I saw the new feeder. My wife wanted a feeder. We live out in the country on a farm, and she wanted a feeder to put way down behind the house so she can see it from the house. Yeah. And she said, she pulled it up online. It was new. She said, "Now I won't have to put corn in this while you're gone. It'll last 325 pounds." Anyway, I got one. And I'm putting that thing together with no tools.
Yeah,
and it's built like a tank.
That's what I want.
Yeah, and I screwed that motor. The motor just twists on. Put a battery.
Insert twist.
Put a battery in it, and I was fooling with the timer, and it lit me up, and I was like,
he got the one with the coon shocking device on it.
I didn't read the directions.
I'm telling you, it said, "Don't touch the bottom with the battery connected."
Don't touch that wiry roller coaster thing. It lit me up.
I bet you stop eating corn out of it.
He didn't want corn for a week.
We'll come back. So we'll
run him right off.
We'll talk about the 325. We're going to talk about Fistful of Dirt, which is Cuz's new podcast.
I like that.
We got that. We're going to talk about it a little bit. And because you listen and support this show, we're going to tell you about a little something called Hear It on Rick and Bubba First.
How about that?
And then we'll match Moultrie before we're done today. So more with Ronnie, Cuz Strickland, and Dan Moultrie next.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. CandidCO.com/Bubba. You know, there's a specialist for just about everything. For example, the car breaks down, you go to a mechanic. Problem with the shower, call a plumber. Whether you want to, so that same concept and truth should apply. If you've got uneven, crooked teeth that you need fixed, everybody smile at me, then you would rather deal with an orthodontist because that's what they do. You know, we love our general dentists, but they're not orthodontists, and orthodontists aren't dentists. They're specialists, and that's what CandidCO.com/Bubba. That's the only thing they will use. It must be an orthodontist, and they deal with you from the beginning to the end. So you're going to see some competitors out there, and they're going to have you working with the general dentist, and that's not the same thing. These invisible, comfortable, and removable aligners, they are the best of the best. While poorly reviewed or insanely priced clear aligner companies use those general dentists, CandidCO.com/Bubba only works with orthodontists, and that is a big, big difference, and you will see that in the outcome. Now, the average treatment's about 6 months, but you'll start seeing results way before then. And with your aligner treatment, you'll also get CandidCO.com/Bubba. Go there, we'll get you a free teeth whitening that'll go with your aligners. Right now, you can save $75 on the starter kit when you get started from home. Or you can, if you prefer, you can book an appointment at a studio near you. So don't put it off. Join them right now by going to CandidCO.com/Bubba. Start straightening those teeth today with the code Bubba. That's CandidCO.com/Bubba with the code Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So Dan Moultrie's here with us today. We got Ronnie Cuz Strickland from Mossy Oak with us today. We were talking about the 325 feeder. The 325 stands for, hey, this is your big boy. Because that's one of the more frustrating things. I discovered this in the beginning, as Gary was warning me about. Hey, I'm going to tell you something now. With these little feeders that you got, once it turns on, and they know it's here, and they get comfortable with it, you're going to be filling them up every other day.
Did you remind him that he would be filling them up?
I said, there's something wrong with this, and you seem to have me doing it. But anyway, I found out the other day, when you have to fill up a lot, the older you get, the more your back says we did not enjoy that.
I like what Ronnie said about it, and I wish we'd named it. He should have been in it on when we were doing the design stuff. He called it a tank, and that's a good deal.
Yeah,
that's a great comparison.
Well, and it's got 325-pound capacity, and I like what you said, Ronnie. And this supply, really, Moultrie, when they build these, I think they think of me. There's a picture of me.
Yeah.
No tools required.
No hassle.
Yeah, and the shape of it, it gives it more strength, more sturdy. Because I noticed some of the old designs, it gets a little top heavy, and when it gets wet out there, sometimes one of the legs will go off in the mud and it'll start tilting a little bit. But this hexagonal shape seems to be
strong.
Like back to the tank.
Well, the shape itself gives it strength.
Yeah, like a tank. Also it has the lids are rain resistant, of course, and it says maintenance free feeding. Mm-hmm. So it's just low maintenance. Fill it up, you're done.
Fill it up and it runs.
Yeah. And then don't get shocked, right?
Don't get shocked by the coons/squirrel zapper. I'm gonna send him. I put a video trail camera on his cameras. Put it on video. Got it pointed right at it. So at some point I'm gonna have you video.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah,
that'd be good.
Of that coon doing a backflip.
And
ooh, it's hot.
And none of us like unnecessarily throwing money away. I mean, I don't want to be cheap, but if I can save money and the quality still be there, also the price on this compared to some of the other competition out there is real good.
Really good. It's got a great price point.
So anyway, look for it. It's the new 325 from Moultrie, or you could hang around this morning or this afternoon or this evening whenever you're listening, and might be a shot at that. All right, so Cuz you have entered into the podcast world?
Yeah, it's kind of a long story. I'll give you the short version. But
okay.
My oldest grandchild started her first year at Mississippi State.
Okay.
But when she was 12, we were sitting on the couch and she was on her phone, and I got on her a little bit, and she said, "Pop, if you're not on Instagram, you're not relevant."
Whoa.
That stung a little bit. So I made up my mind. I'm going to be relevant to my grandkids.
You listen. Right.
So anyway, my youngest daughter, Lauren, she's been a podcast, fan from the get-go. She kept telling me, said, y'all need one, and we actually built one 5 years ago, threw it out there and nothing stuck.
Yeah, it's been on that bleeding edge of technology. Because when podcasts first got brought up, we heard it too. It didn't seem to really catch on, but boy, it has now.
It has, and then the Mossy Oak Properties, one of our umbrellas came to me and said, "Cuz, we want you to do a podcast." So we did one, and I didn't think that much about it, but it's done extremely well. And I finally figured out, and this is what means something to me, is we hadn't been going that long, and I went and spoke at a Wild Game Supper. How many hundreds of thousands of them have you done at a church?
Oh, yes.
You know, I do those all the time, and I don't know, I'm certainly not qualified, but I got some really good stories about divine intervention. Anyway, I spoke, and I got through, and this lady came up, had 4 little boys, stair-step, 12, 10, and she said, "I put your podcast on all my boys' phones," and I went, "Really?" She said, "Yeah, it's the only one I can listen to. I don't have to worry about it. It's G-rated." And I thought about it, and that was not by design, but I think there's a need for that out there. Something you can listen to going down the road and not have to.
No doubt.
Not have to worry about it.
And we get that a lot as well. So it's called A Fistful of Dirt, and this is the official Mossy Oak Properties podcast. And so what is it about? I mean, if we listen to it, what's the content? Are you helping like those of us that have a little piece of land on some of the myths and how to do things? Or is it just a little bit of everything?
It's an outdoor lifestyle thing. I try to convince people, you know, through the guests who are really good and have a lot of fun. It doesn't matter if you got, 10 acres or 1 or 100 or 1,000, or you just doing this in your backyard. Your best life is going to be lived outdoors. It really is. You're closer to God. You're closer to your kids and everything else. But we run the gamut. I've had trappers. I've had Ted Nugent. Now we had to edit Ted just a little bit.
Y'all know that.
Yeah. He's been on this show. Dan was our guest last week, and we didn't really talk products. I wanted him to tell.
Whoa. You're telling me you had Slick on and he never talked about a product?
We edited after it's over.
Easy. He dropped it in.
My youngest daughter edits it, but I wanted him to tell his story.
Yeah, it's a great story.
It's a great story, but it kind of runs the gamut. It's just good G-rated. You'll learn some stuff about food plots and corn and trapping and shooting and all that, but. It's about an hour long, and it goes by, doesn't have any commercials except the Mossy Oak Property spot in it. So it's easy listening.
Yeah.
It really is.
Well, you talk about helping people out, and we've done this for years. I think the biggest thing, it's so confusing when you're trying to have your own place or you're in a club or whatever, and you're trying to do your food plots and you're trying to do this. Because, you know this, Bubba, we laugh about this all the time. It never fails. You talk to Larry Wayne, and he tells you this is what you need to do.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden the next guy walks up and he said, "He don't know what he's talking about."
It's like building a house.
Yeah, he said, "No, you don't need to do that. Now, here's what you need to do." And I think sometimes we go, "Does anybody really know?" Yeah. I mean, there's all these different. So it's good to have a resource because you guys have established you have some idea what you're talking about to come in there and to say, "Look, these are things that work. These are things that don't work." If you got a budget that's in here, then this is probably going to work best for you. If you kind of got a little more room, you might want to try this, try this. Is that kind of what you're talking about? Because you said it could be from 1 acre to 1,200 acres and beyond.
Yeah, one of the best podcasts I did was a guy who he was planting his food plots on you talking about a tight budget, and for his cultipacker, after he spread his seed, he was just going and cutting down a gum tree and tying it behind his 4-wheeler. This guy, his food plots look like Jurassic Park, So it's you can run the gamut. I'm always thinking about that guy or gal who works at the grocery store down at the gravel shop that has limited amounts.
Right.
I did 3 weeks ago. I did a podcast with a guy who rents equipment at these big, because you can rent a tractor and a disc and all that. You get 3 guys and do that for a weekend. There's a way. If there's a will, some guys will just complain and go, "Oh, Rick and Bubba, they rich. They got a food plot." Well, I don't think like that. I'm like, what can we do to that guy hadn't got a big budget? Let's go down this road. So, you can learn a lot of stuff, but it's basically all about that brand. And
what you guys do
and what we do.
So it's called Fistful of Dirt.
A Fistful of Dirt.
It's the official podcast of Mossy Oak Properties, and you can get it wherever you get podcasts.
Yes, sir. iTunes, Spotify, Stitcher, the whole 9.
Anywhere. So we're going to come back, and by the way, catch the Dan Moultrie episode. It's out now, right? You guys got that published now? Is it out there?
Yes, sir.
So go hear Dan Moultrie's story on Fistful of Dirt. We come back, a little something called Hear It on Rick and Bubba First.
How about that?
What in the world's that, Dan?
How about that?
What have you come up with?
How about that?
All right,
just a little more.
All right, we'll do that when we come back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. We're hanging out with Dan Moultrie and Ronnie Cuz Strickland from Mossio. Look at this right here. So Cuz showed up today and bringing gifts to all of us. And now these
y'all didn't deserve it.
I know this is the way we treated Cuz back many years ago.
I wasn't on the show then. I can't be blamed.
So you got this is your big old heavy jacket. It's got the pattern on it. And look at that. It's got a Rick and Bubba logo right there on it. Let me see. There you go. Yep. See Rick and Bubba logo right there on it. Look at that.
That's a good looking setup right there.
Thank you, but I mean I love that.
I'm almost hoping the weather will turn cold now, so I'm wearing it.
Yeah, look, got a little hoodie on top.
Look at that.
Look at that. Oh, there's the Mossio logo. Sorry about that, Cuz. Didn't mean to move your logo for hours.
That's okay. They still want up
there. But that right there, we got that with the logo. Now these are not available anywhere. These just gifts. These just gifts.
I got to give a shout out to Kim. There's a little gift shop up in Tupelo called Flourish Paper.
Yeah.
And she did that in 48 hours.
That's impressive.
In today's world.
Because that logo's colored.
That's a lot of stitches.
That's a lot of stitches.
She stole the logo off your website.
That's fine.
She did a good job.
I paid the setup fee. She did it in 48 hours, so bless her heart.
Well,
like I say, I wanted to make the most of my trip.
Yeah, at least you didn't do like some of our listeners. They'll steal the logo off the site, make shirts, and sell them at trade day.
There's 7 of those, and y'all own them all.
Thank you for that.
Awesome.
That was very kind.
of
And
you.
shout out to her. Thanks for that. Because I know that was that you only had a few days and you got it done. So thank you. They look great. And we'll wear them this hunting season. Send you pictures of us hunting.
Well, hopefully you'll be hunting over there close to me.
I didn't want to say anything, but I saw Bubba rush his card over to you.
Look, if y'all get over there one time and have my sausage pie and my wife's cheese grits the way she does,
Pam can do it.
Y'all will be coming back.
You got that right.
Let me tell you something. How about this? Bubba ran his card over you quicker than Dan seen the nickel on the ground.
Hey, without Speedy being interference for Bubba to get to Cuz, he had clear sailing.
Yeah.
That's what's
That's the thing. I can't get down to get any Moultrie products because the loading dock's always backed up with Speedy down there.
You's only so long you can sit behind Speedy's truck. You got to go.
That's right. I know. I'm about to run out of gas.
All right. So Moultrie, speaking of promoting and marketing and listening to Rick and Bubba, watching Rick and Bubba, it comes with benefits. And here's a little something that Moultrie and Pradco and Mossy Oak are all teaming up for Hear It on Rick and Bubba First.
How about that?
Now, how's this work?
All this came from Rick. Remember last year we did a deal and we thought, let's just see how many listeners there are and how the Rick and Bubba Army comes out. Because we sold so much product. The next 2 weeks we did a little 2-week deal with it. It was unbelievable. So here we're going to come again, and we've been introducing the cameras on Rick and Bubba. Yeah. We've been doing stuff. So we're going to do a Hear It on Rick and Bubba First, and the first time it's been announced that we're going to go back to a traditional camera is going to be offered besides the cellular that people are getting out of, but it's going to be in Mossy Oak, cuz. Do you know about that?
I'm hearing it for the first time. I'm glad
Heard it on Rick and Bubba. Heard it on Rick and Bubba.
Heard it on Rick and Bubba First. Right. And we're going to introduce it at the 2022 ATA, and it'll be available online at moultriefeeders.com starting in January, but here's the deal, Rick. You tell them what they can get because this is through y'all.
So here's what Moultrie's going to do. It's an exclusive Rick and Bubba discount of 20% on all the 325 feeders purchased at moultriefeeders.com through November 1st. So you can get 25% off there. And then, of course, you can also this camera that Moultrie's telling you about. Here's the code that you need to get the 20% off on the feeder. That is Rick and Bubba 325. So that tells you right there. So 20% off the feeder, and you also are finding out that coming in January, they're going to start shipping in January, back to a traditional camera that's going to be in the Mossy Oak.
When you say traditional, Dan, what are you talking about?
Non-cellular. And
so it's going to have a card in it, and you just go get the card like the old. You're not going all the way back to film, right?
No,
we're not going back
to film.
Oh,
but it's been found out with cellular. Everybody thought that it was going to eliminate the other.
Now, what is that?
Cellular.
Tough word.
Yeah,
it's
a tough word.
I just want to be sure we got it.
Say it again.
Then you fit
cell cameras.
Then you fit in perfect here.
Thank you. But hey,
how about this? Because everything, he'll be the most well-spoken person in the world.
Cuz don't come in here with one little limp because it's gonna be all over you.
Hey, we can spot a limp a long way off.
Well, we're so used to doing it ourselves.
I know. I watched the show. My armor's chinked. I got no issues with that.
When somebody the other day told me I was being mean to Bubba, I'm like, what are you talking about? I've been mean to Bubba for 27 years.
Yeah, what's new?
They're just now calling you out.
Right.
But there's a need for.
I'm so
for
used to it, I didn't know it.
Right. So that's what we're doing.
All right, so we got you know about the traditional
Cellular
camera. It's going to have the mossy oak bottomland camouflage on it.
That's great.
And we could call that the Rick Burgess because I just prefer to have those. all this sales stuff and everything it gets complicated. So anyway, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, the traditional one is the Rick, the one with all the bells and whistles.
That's
and
the
satellite uplink is the Bubba.
That's the Bubba. Right. But the bottom line is this: even if you do the sale, I mean, honestly, based on budgets, whatever, a lot of us want to have multiple cameras out. So what I do, I have a combination. I've got 2 that are sale, and the rest of them are the traditional.
Well, probably people got a lot of traditional cameras, and you're not going to throw them away. You might as well use them.
Yeah. So anyway, that's the things that you heard on Rick and Bubba first. So take advantage of that. The 325 feeder, get 20% off with the code Rick and Bubba 325, and you do that at MoultrieFeeders.com. And then you might want to check out this new traditional camera, the non-cell camera with the mossy oak bottomland camouflage. That'll be available at 2022. It'll make its debut at the ATA.
There you go.
And then you start shipping it in January.
Dan started.
Well, that's a funny word, and honestly, it should be debunked. But
Right.
I mean,
Now Ronnie has figured out what Speedy figured out. Ronnie got Ashley's number, and he knows the keys of the kingdom now. Getting that deal. So
That's a special girl right there.
So
She's got an old soul. She does business old school style.
Right.
With by relationships, and that's refreshing. And of course, she learned from the master, but she's really good at what she does.
Yeah, it's almost like Ashley is what we wish Dan was.
And it's kind of a compliment.
good? Yeah,
Danny, in a funny way, it's a compliment.
Isn't that good?
So, Dan, what do these new cameras not have on them? I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Somebody'd email. What was that?
Sale.
Right. So yeah, because you're right, dealing with his daughter, it's just it's straightforward, no nonsense, get the job done.
Cousin, I talked about it on the podcast, but it's kind of for 2 old school guys. You can either go and get online and not be able to talk to anybody, or we created that VIP sales deal. Who doesn't like being taken care of and getting somebody on the phone immediately and first time?
Oh, no. My
cousin
speaks English.
Yeah.
I mean, that's huge if they speak English. You're ahead of the game.
Yeah, no shopping cart, just a live person. Which
I like it.
And look, nobody lives in the past, but some old school stuff is good.
No, I agree.
And it's better.
I agree.
And if you can call, that's why they've built their company was customer service. And you can call over there or email over there, you get a response right back, because some of us are technically challenged. I don't even have a cellular camera. I got all old school card cameras.
All right.
I'm sitting right here. But anyway, our bank just got bought, the bank that I use, and so they're getting you talking to the first person, and they said, now we do offer. Yes.
You shouldn't have put so much money in there.
And what I said was yes, because what they said is we also we got all this online stuff, or if you would like somebody to contact you, which you're talking about, we do offer a package where you have a person that you can talk to. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Take that.
I want that right there. Yes.
Amen.
Some people don't need that. I do. And yes.
Yes.
I get to talk to a person that speaks English. Yes.
Take that.
Love the technology like you. I like the technology, but I don't want that to be all I got. Sometimes you got to talk to a person. Do you hate when they offer you all the different options on the phone, and there is no option to talk to a person?
I know. You got to know the secret hack.
Yeah. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we're back. It is 6 minutes past the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. It's time for Match Moultrie.
Ronnie,
it is time.
This is pure trivia.
We need to probably let Cuz know why we've had to change the name of this.
Pure trivia.
It ain't going to surprise Cuz at all. Ronnie Cuz Strickland with Mossy Oak with us, too. We've been visiting the last hour with them, and now it's time to Match Moultrie. We can't call it Moultrie Trivia. We call it Match Moultrie because what we've told the audience is you win the prize if you give the answer that Moultrie's looking for.
Because
different set of rules.
Dan has given us answers before, left the studio, blazing out of here in a just a whirlwind of glory, and then left us to answer phone calls from people saying that ain't right.
Yeah, they're saying his answer was wrong.
And sending documentation that's not right.
You remember that time he said the University of Alabama never had an astronaut before? Of course, they had.
That wasn't exactly the question.
And then the 410 thing.
Oh, my God.
I don't know when we get on the thing about a 410.
We had the biggest controversy I think the show's ever had, short of Willie and Wanda.
Right, yeah.
When the question about a 410, what gauge that was,
came
up.
Ronnie knew that wasn't a gauge. Everybody knows that.
Oh, boy. And then remember we had one about different species of bass.
Yeah.
That one went south. So what we're saying is,
and then there was one about products. Remember, and Dan had give us a number, and you asked him about something else, and he hadn't counted that.
Right. Oh yeah,
you saw the shot list.
Right. Yeah. So it was the fish finger. That's what it was.
Yeah, that's it.
So what we've said is, really, you got to read Moultrie's mind.
Forget the truth. We're not worried about the truth.
No.
The word trivia. We just want you to say what Dan wants you to say, and then that's it. So match Moultrie.
You got to be psychic and no fact checking.
That's right. No fact checking.
Preparing for that, Rick, with all that being said, today's trivia question comes from Ronnie Cuz Strickland.
Okay, good.
It's not
now, Dan
an easy
ain't got
one.
in there and worked on it. He ain't massaged
You
it.
don't know that now.
All right. So here is the prize, the Moultrie 325.
Dan likes to put a little curveball in there, but sometimes he gets outside the strike zone.
So
like my boss says, he's slick.
He's slick. Moultrie 325 gravity feeder and a Mossy Oak vest.
Right. Showed it to you in the hall. That's a nice dress vest.
That's a nice vest.
Yeah.
And if we can get it away from Speedy, since he's not here today, the person probably will get it. Yeah, there it is. That's nice right there. I like that. Boy, it is nice.
Speedy was out on the wrong day.
Yeah, he was. All right,
never see it.
So, Cuz, what question are you asking?
All right, the highest rated episode of Hunting the Country, our show that ran for 25 years, featured Gene and Barry Wenzel. They're twin brothers, great bow hunters. They're just unbelievable. And I filmed them up in Montana on the Milk River. And Barry Wenzel killed this really big deer with a recurve bow, and it had a name. And that deer got more publicity. They didn't name deer back then, but when he walked up to it, he recognized the deer. He said, "That's old blank."
That's what you're looking for.
That's what I'm looking for.
So this was the episode on the hunting show.
Yeah, hunting the Mossy Oaks, hunting the country, highest episode that ever aired.
Right.
2.something million views. Back then, it was just like network TV. You didn't have all this other stuff going on.
Right.
So a lot of people saw it. They may be a little long in the tooth to remember that, but that name was pretty common. People throw it out all the time.
So what was the name of this very nice deer that he killed? He said, "That's old so-and-so" when he walked up. Right by the Milk River.
He said, "That's old so-and-so. That deer's been harassing the schoolgirls down here." And he just told this big story about old blank.
Okay.
It was the coolest name ever for him.
Okay. How about that, Rick?
All right. Now I don't know the answer.
No,
I'll just watch Cuz for this.
Yeah.
Right.
We were looking at each other going, "Do you know that?"
I don't know that. Scott at Red Level. Scott, do you know what answer Cuz is looking for?
Would it be old Woody by chance?
Oh, Woody?
Old Woody. You know what? I'm looking forward to hearing the names that are not right.
That's
today.
not true, but aren't you taking him somewhere this weekend? Jody,
as a matter of fact, yeah.
Jody, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good morning. How are y'all?
Great. Good, man. What's Cuz looking for?
I have no idea, but I'll go with Bullwinkle.
Bullwinkle? Yeah, that's not a bad guess.
That's not a bad guess.
Not a bad guess.
That's okay.
Jeffrey in Birmingham. Jeffrey.
Oh, Jeffrey.
Do you know the answer, Jeff?
Would it be the king?
The king? No.
This is a dandy.
Look how happy.
I think he died in Memphis.
That's good. Doug, go ahead. Doug, what do you think? Bucky?
No, Bucky.
Yeah, that one was just too easy.
Yeah, no, that's the convenience store line now. Chris, what do you think?
Old Hurley.
Oh, Hurley?
Hurley.
That's right.
No.
Casey in Birmingham. Casey, go.
How about old Crooked Hat?
Oh, Crooked Hat.
Crooked Hat. That's never heard
I'm
a deer
loving every
called
minute of
Crooked.
this.
Hey,
I've
as
got
far
new
as
names for deer.
Don't
he's
give any
getting
hint.
warm. That name's getting warm.
Don't give any hints. Don't give any hints.
Picture a deer's
Don't
body.
give it, cuz. Don't give any hints. Don't give any hints.
Picture a deer's body. He's warm.
Don't give any hints.
Okay.
cuz.
All right. Dustin, what do you think? I'm sorry, that's not Dustin. It's Dustin on 8. Dustin, what do you think?
How about Bambi?
Bambi? No. Let's go to Steve in Huntsville. Steve, what do you think?
Oh, Fred.
No.
Fred.
I've heard of a lot of old
There
friends.
has been there has been a ton of deer call this.
Really?
Yes.
Now you're giving Harrison.
That's a good hint.
Or Zach's, whoever that is in Huntsville.
I don't know. Crabby.
For the horns. I got you. The
Zach.
crab. in there,
Okay.
yeah.
Zach, go ahead.
How about old Split Toe?
Split toe?
No.
But he's close.
Okay, close.
Wow.
Oh. Brandon, go ahead.
Split toe was
Crooked
close.
Horn.
What's that?
He just told you.
Crooked.
Rotund.
Libby, what do you think? Turn Bubba's mic off. Libby, what do you think?
How about mutt buck?
Muck? Buck?
I don't know
Family
what she
show.
said. I don't know what she said, but I feel like I need to dump that call.
Family show.
I don't know what it was.
It killed that.
Greg, go ahead.
Was it Moultrie cellular Moultrie?
Let's go to Scotty.
No, Rick, we're just going to move on. What was that?
He was trying to make fun of the way Mocha says sailor. Scotty, go ahead. Scotty.
Yes, sir.
What do you think Cuz is looking for?
Old Mossy Horns.
Mossy horn.
Oh, mossy horn.
Did they not pay attention to the
You guys,
call?
there was a huge hint that was just given a minute ago. Daryl, what do you think? Daryl,
Yeah.
what do you think?
How about Drop Time?
Drop time? No, not sure how that has to do with the hint. But Kelsey, what do you think?
Sway back.
Sway back?
No. Now, you heard a minute ago say you were close.
Very close.
Maybe you want to go back
I'd get
in that
there.
area.
I'd get in there.
Yeah, get in that area.
Brant in Alabama. Brant, what do you
I'm
think?
just thinking. I don't know what the answer is.
Brant?
Old Mossy back.
Oh, Mossy back.
Still not in that area. It was warm.
No.
In that area.
You heard him say warm. This is not. You're not warm with that.
You're right.
Cold. You're real cold. I mean, what about that is confusing.
So cold, I need to put my Mossy Oak jacket back on. Mark in Alabama. Mark, what do you think?
How about old Leroy?
Leroy? Yeah. I think it's.
Are y'all listening?
Do you
to
think?
the
Do you think there's so
before you
much
dial?
you're trying to call and you can't? There's all
Probably more deer has been called this than any name a deer gets. That's a great hint.
You know,
Alan.
I'm really afraid of the name now.
It's actually pretty common.
I'm spooked
I
now.
know,
It's really common.
Alan, go ahead.
Hey, Woody.
No, we already said
The second one.
that. That's been wrong again.
I've never heard it called
Greg, Greg, go ahead.
How about old Split Hoof?
Now, again, you're very close
Wow.
with the name.
Isn't that exactly what the other person said?
No, they said split toe.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
Just
mean,
to be
me,
fair.
that sounded exactly alike.
Well, it was slightly different.
And you know what? Wrong again.
You're wrong again.
Yep. But you're close. You're warm.
Stewart in Alabama. Stewart.
and Crockett.
No.
Bill,
Pat,
you need to look right
Pat,
here.
go ahead.
Old Forester.
I'm just thanking the Lord above. Greg ain't in here.
The guesses are taking me into some area. That,
right.
The Wes,
I'm having secondhand embarrassment.
Greg's having so much fun on the phone.
Wes, go ahead.
Old Big Boy.
No, but it's a great tomato plant.
I think Jason, come on, Jason. Jason, what do you think? Lost Jason.
Come on, Jason.
All
you
right.
get to it. Put your back into it.
I don't know what to do. I mean, it's like we'll come back and go one more round. But I mean,
you gave him one of the words in the answer.
Maybe we just need a break. Everybody gather themselves.
Everybody gather yourself. Get your Google out. So we'll come back and we'll see if we can find the answer to Cuz's question. He's pulled a Moultrie. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
past the hour. All right, here's what you need to know. Moultrie is here. Hearing on Rick and Bubba First has already been kicked off. Use the code Rick and Bubba 325 at MoultrieFeeders.com, and you'll get 20% off the new gravity-fed 325. This is your big tank, is what Cuz called it from Mossy Oak. It's built like a tank. You'll love it. So that was kicked off today. We talked about Cuz's podcast, Fistful of Dirt. Be sure and catch that. And then we tried to do a Match Moultrie segment. The Cuz came up with a question, and so now no one's been able to answer. Can you set the question up one more time, Cuz?
Yeah, back when Hunting the Country, we aired Hunting the Country, Mossy Oak.
Number one outdoor
show for a long time.
Yep.
Sunday nights at 7 o'clock. The highest rated episode we ever aired was Gene and Barry Wenzel, the Wenzel brothers, and I filmed Barry Wenzel killing a deer in a foot of snow right near the Snake River. And when he walked up to it, he said, "That's old blank," and he gave that deer name. And people throw it at me all the time.
So we need the name of that deer.
We need the name of that deer. He walked up to it and saw the deer and said, "That's old blank."
And when somebody said uncomfortably split toe and then split hoof, that's the closest answer we've got.
That's very close.
It was warm. You were warm.
Right. Okay.
But that's not it. So there's no need to say it again.
All right. So
Woody's in there somewhere. Rick.
No, Woody.
No, Woody's out.
Mike in Florida. Mike, do you know this name that Cuz is looking for?
I do believe I know the name that Cuz is looking for because I believe I remember the episode.
There you go.
I think the name is Old Slewfoot.
Oh, God, Mike.
Mike, you don't remember the episode. Got bad news for you.
I thought that was it.
Mike, you know what?
Great you, Mike. I was so excited. I thought I was finally going to get Moultrie out of here for you. Does it feel uncomfortable and weird to you when I accuse anybody of hawking?
No,
Andy.
You are the master. I learned from you.
Andy, go ahead.
Let's try split time.
Split time?
That's a good guess. You know
That's a good guess. It really is.
And dare I say, getting warmer.
Getting warmer.
Y'all are trying to recover from your laughing deal before. You don't have to act like that. You know?
Betty texted me a minute ago, Dan, and said she's never heard you laugh as hard as you have this morning.
Joey in Birmingham.
Y'all put on a show.
Hey, Joey. Standing by our Joey.
Hey, Joey.
Hey, Joey. Go ahead.
I'm going to try the split G2.
Guys.
You know what? You're if we were hunting Easter eggs, y'all are stepping all over. Somebody's going to have an egg on the shoe here.
Jeff in Huntsville.
Oh, double foot.
No, that's
double foot.
Roll time.
You know what,
Rick?
Let me tell you where I am right now.
We took a step back.
Did I hear the term double foot?
You just did. Yeah. All right, let me tell you this. I need this gravity feeder, and I like it, and I like this vest. You know what I mean? So
it's gonna be with Rick.
I think I'm ending up with this, so nobody gets it in this segment.
Rick, in 15 years, we've never gone 2 segments over.
No, we haven't.
Well,
this is masterful.
Except the 410 year.
Well, the 410 year.
Yeah.
Hunter in Millbrook. Hunter, go ahead.
Is it split toad?
Oh. Did he say toad?
Yes.
Toad, like frog.
A split toad?
Like frog.
A frog that's cut in half?
Ribbit. All right, we're going to Mississippi. There's somebody from Mississippi on.
You want me to give one more hint?
No,
surely Mississippi.
I don't know what else you can do other than hold a sign up.
Somebody from West Point finally got through.
There we go.
It's Pam.
Let's go. And his name's Ron. His name's Ron. Are you called Ron? Ron in Mississippi. Go ahead.
Hey, let's try swamp donkey.
You know what, though? I've got so many new names to name them now.
Oh,
there's old swamp donkey.
Chance on me. Let's go to Chance. Chance, the show me state of Missouri. Chance, come on, baby.
Please, Chance.
Come on, Chance.
How about split brow?
You are so
Get
warm,
off the
you're
horns.
hot.
Get off the horns. But stay on the head, but get off the horns.
That's
Leave the feet alone. Leave the horns alone.
And don't get down
horns
there.
are closer than feet.
You better not get in that lower track.
Stay on the front end of the deer.
Doug in Florida. Doug, what do you think?
Old freak nasty.
I like now we're going to try things that don't have the word split in it.
I think we just got to roll best ofs at 8 o'clock.
Now, there's some good deer down in Selma. You ever hunt down in Selma? There's some good deer down there.
I know.
Yeah.
Selma, Tom, go ahead.
How about split horn?
I wish I had a horn to jab my eye out.
Get off the antlers. Get off the antlers. Listen to us on the tune-in app. Deanne. Deanne, go ahead.
Is it cricket toe?
You know,
get off the feet.
See this to some of you who are listening right now.
Look at Greg.
Some of you that are not calling but are listening. This is why our country's messed up. These people vote. Okay, they vote. They go and they vote, and that's why we got what we got.
And also, cuz I'm gonna take issue that this was the most viewed edition of your show.
That's funny, Rick. That's funny.
Hey, here's another piece of arm. I'm going to take it out and throw it away.
Brian in Alabama. Brian, go ahead. Brian.
How about split ear?
Hello.
That's it.
Touchdown. Boy, with only 15 seconds on the clock. Touchdown. Roll Tide.
That just hurt.
Brian, you did it, buddy.
Brian, how does it feel to be a hero?
Split ear. All right, so
Like an Alabama fan.
rotate.
Brian, I want to know, did you see the episode or were you able to research it?
No, I didn't see the episode. I was going with split tail till y'all said stay on the head.
I tried to save us all from that.
We almost made it. You got a Moultrie 325 gravity feeder and a mossy oak vest. Congratulations, Brian Cuz. Good to see you today, Moultrie. Great job, buddy.
Rick.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show.
Working on
Thank
the
you for being
blubber.
with us. SimplySayBubba.com and the Rick and Bubba Show. Man, we've been together for years now. You know, it's just a step forward. I love when things go forward. And the home security industry became a little outdated and antiquated. And I brought this up actually going into church on Sunday because we all know this. And when a car alarm goes off, because somebody's car alarm was going off in the parking lot, and I looked at everybody, we were walking across the parking lot together, beautiful fall day in Sweet Home, Alabama, and I looked around and I said, does anybody here right now, one person, think somebody's car is being stolen? And everybody said, no, none of us think that. I said, so see, these alarms have gotten where they don't. I mean, it may work to scare a guy off or somebody off. That's great. But none of us ever think when we hear an alarm that something's really happening. And so this started happening with home security systems. They were so unreliable. They were so difficult, so clunky and clumsy.
It took a lot to put them in, Rick. You had to use enough wire to run from here to D.C. in every house.
How about that?
You like that?
Yeah, I did. You're on fire today. I like
D.C., like the place
and
D.C.
I like where you are
that?
right now.
Thank you.
I don't know that you can get to the end at this pace.
No way.
But anyway, now SimplySafeBubba.com.
Enjoy the next 20.
You know why it was invented from what you're just talking about? You remember they were so intrusive. If you had rental property, you couldn't even have a security system.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, there's a lot of people who rent now.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot.
But now anybody can use it, and they use once the wireless world got dependable, and it's pretty dependable now. Then they moved the security systems there, and they're so much easier to customize now where the problems in your property exist. In the old days, it was almost like boilerplate. We do all the security systems the same way, and you're like, well, my property's a little different. You can customize them with this. You install it yourself. They can go with you when you move. Yes, you can use them at a rental property. Well, now they've added an outdoor camera so you can see outside as well. And it's a good one, too. It's got 140-degree field of view, 1080p HD resolution, 8x zoom available to you, built-in spotlight with color night vision. Ooh, color night vision. So anyway, add this to your SimplySafe system. And right now we're going to give you 20% off the entire system, plus your first month of monitoring will be free. When you enroll in their interactive monitoring. So go to SimplySafeBubba.com right now or find a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors.
You know why those cameras are so good, Rick? They use a CMOS image chip to pick that up, and that was directly spun off of the space program. I just thought you'd want to know.
That'll cost you a button. I mean, because if you're trying to get in the role of, but anyway, we've got. I'm still in the aftermath of what just happened on the show. This Moultrie relationship, it's bumpy, isn't it?
Rick,
that was fun.
It's like trying to be a hind catcher when Phil Necro's on the ground. You just don't know what's coming and where it's going, and you just do all you can do.
Can I tell you this though? I think today generated in one grouping, it may have been the largest number of one-liners in one grouping we've ever had.
The ratio.
The shots at Moultrie, the shots at us, the shots at Cuz. But if you didn't want to get hit, it was rough in here for a little while.
A lot of shrapnel.
I mean, it was just Greg. If you had not had to take on the phone situation, it got rough in here.
Well, I'm gonna tell you that phone was.
How was that?
Rick Betty texted me and said, "I've never heard Dan Moultrie laugh that hard."
No,
I can hear a lot of it going on. The worst part on that is when you're flying. When you click on somebody, it takes my cursor and moves it down and boy, it's just a mess.
By the way, the emailers and people who have
you'll be tapping on something.
The emailers and the people who had my cell phone, your cell phone, Cuz's cell phone. They all knew the answer.
Yeah, they were way ahead.
But they couldn't get in.
Right.
It's the callers who were struggling. I've noticed something about our callers, and I love you guys because y'all are a great element of the show. You can be frustrating at times and difficult to hear, but and hard to figure out. But I will say this: you're not afraid to go ahead and call and have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah,
right.
You're right.
And I like that spirit.
I appreciate your enthusiasm.
I guess y'all are thinking on hold that somehow that something will change before we go to you. But the people who knew the answer couldn't get in because of the people who had no clue the answer, but were still willing to try.
Rick, this is what I love. This is an email I got. I can't get through, but I know the answer! Exclamation point. Old Crooked Toe.
Did you love the? This is our most viewed episode ever.
Yes.
Here's
one I can't get through. My guest, Split Head.
Here's one I love.
Split Head.
Hey, Brandon, this is words of wisdom. Be thankful you're not naming interns today.
Yeah. Oh,
boy, what a. Boy, that's,
boy.
How about Swamp Donkey?
Can I tell you that one owned? I don't know why that owned me, but it did.
Here's what I love.
Swamp Donkey.
I love this person says, I know the guy was close. What he should have said is Swamp Donkey Jr. Golly, that's good. So anyway, oh wow, so there's there's an email I didn't need to miss today. All right, so boy, you're in there in a lot of answers. Well, there we go. It's done. Okay, it's done.
That was good stuff.
We got it done.
That was
it's put to bed.
It's all downhill from here, though.
Greg, I know how you adore discomfort. I know Speedy's with his dad and all that today, and that surgery's either already underway or very close to being underway. But what about the fact that Cuz came to a book signing 16 years ago?
Got stood there an hour and a half. Don't leave that part out.
Okay, that's
hour and a half.
Right, and it totally
y'all gave him zip.
I don't.
You know, there's something odd about all this. I'm trying to figure this out too because I remember that book signing. I think did we go in the back of the Kroger by a bunch of 18-wheelers back there? Did we walk in and they had the bus in between those 18-wheelers, or am I thinking of somewhere else?
Bubba, I will tell you that I was trying to just be so thrilled that I could remember actually being in Starkville doing a book signing, and now you're asking me for details that make me feel like I don't remember it real well. I remember we were there at the front of the store, doing the actual signing.
Then I got a picture. If I could see a picture, it's worth 1,000 memories.
We did two. I don't know why. I don't know why, but we did two book signings that were in grocery stores. One was in Richmond, Virginia, I think.
And I remember that one. That was a biggie.
That's the one where they actually had us down an aisle, didn't
yes,
they? Okay.
Yeah, in the middle of the store.
And then the Kroger one was they kind of had us up around produce, the one in Starkville, and we were kind of up where you turn right to go to produce.
I'm going to have to go look through my pictures. That's confusing me. But this is what is even stranger. Cuz gave us his contact information. I went to put it in my phone, and it was already in there.
So you had it.
What?
But when he called me, it didn't pop up. There was one number wrong on the number I had.
So you tried to make a contact with him and had it wrong.
So I had to put it in my phone to have the number wrong. So I may have taken that card, put it in there, and I had a number wrong, and maybe I tried to call it sometime and I didn't get it, and I thought, well, Cuz has changed his number.
In complete transparency, the whole Mossy Oak world, I've always been confused by the Toxie Cuz thing. I didn't know who was who.
Okay.
You know, I knew there was one called Cuz and there's one called Toxie.
Yeah.
And then Cuz just casually brought Toxie up. He was telling me, because I asked him in the break, and it probably could have been on the air, but we were trying to come up with trivia and all. But, you know, maybe I think he'd be a great guest on the podcast.
Sure he would.
Yeah, he would.
He said that it started, you know, with the print. And he said that Toxie literally brought in like dirt and leaves and stuff out of the woods and went in front of the people that were going to do the ink and everything, and he said, "Can you get these colors and all this kind of stuff?" So I thought that's a fascinating story.
That is.
Yeah, but I've heard Toxie and Cuz, and you know we've tied them on the phone, all that, but I've never really fully developed who was who.
Yeah.
And here I am being an idiot. I'm over in West Point, Mississippi. I've probably been over 5 times, staying on the Mossy Oak property or over at Waverly, and never once did I reach out to Cuz and say, "Hey man, I'm here."
Yeah.
You know, he could have come over, and I mean,
he would have said, "I waited an hour and a half to talk to you." So
well, let's be honest. When you make a guy wait an hour and a half, and then you take the card and never reach out to him 16 years ago, he may not want to hear from you.
He probably don't.
Well, I'm wondering now.
Because I'm in West Point. So what?
Did I take that card?
I'll be there an hour and a half.
And put it in my address book, and I just wrote one of the numbers down wrong. And then when I tried to call, I got a.
Now Bubba's got himself trying to call him.
It was. Look,
turned it in.
Bubba reached out, Rick, and he had the number.
How about that?
I'm trying to figure it out.
Bubba, 16 years ago, I didn't even have a phone you could put a contact in.
Okay, because look.
Yeah, I don't even think it got that far.
No,
I think Speedy shut him down, broke his heart.
See, I even had. Well, there's somebody.
I bet you.
Mark, I'll get.
How's Mark doing?
Bubba, I bet you.
See, I have a picture on the address too. You wouldn't get a picture off of
That's
somebody
a great
sending
point.
you the
No.
thing.
Yeah, you're right.
That thing, no telling how long that's been in there.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
gonna look see when it was created. I bet I could find it.
See, did we have phones 16 years ago? You can put a contact in.
Well, I did.
Yes.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you
I
could.
didn't.
Yeah,
no way I did.
20 years ago
I still had
when that really started.
Rick
so
was
yeah,
still giving speeches about how texting was ridiculous. So he just called somebody if you want to talk to him.
Yeah, that was it.
That was my favorite day.
Right, I know it. It's like I used to be against alcohol. I've been waiting 3 weeks for that. I said he's going to bring up
a good one.
I said he's going to bring up the texting thing again. I know it's coming. And look, after I said 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866. It was the QWERTY board that changed everything. And you had to do the numbers and all that. It wasn't better than calling. Boy, it is now though.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. All right, so as we make our way back, Bill Thurlow in Starkville, Mississippi, says that he had just started working at Laser 96.1. It was in the fall of 2007 that we were at the Kroger in Starkville, and he sent us a picture of us actually there. Now, we're not with Cuz, because, we didn't give him anything. But we're actually with some listeners that have stopped by on that. So that is there. Fall, it was fall of 2007, if you can believe that.
Now, is 07, does that mean, I guess it would be 2000.
2007.
Right.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's it's 2021. So
when we
14
first
years
came
ago.
to ZZK as our flagship.
Yeah, 14 years ago.
Wow.
So there you go. So we have it now. All right. So Enes Kanter, am I saying his name right? The center for the Boston Celtics.
You're pretty close, Rick.
He's gone after the NBA's. Well, he hasn't gone after them. He's
Rick,
gone after China's treatment of Tibet.
China is like this privileged character for the NBA because the Chinese people like basketball.
Yeah,
and they are a huge market growth potential for them.
Yeah.
I mean, really, they dwarf the United States in the number of people.
Right.
So they see this as a huge growth area for them. I mean, just unbelievable. And they're doing all these deals with China. And, the one thing you can't do in the NBA is speak out against China. And he is breaking that rule. And it's going to be interesting to see how far they let him get away with this before they shut it down. But he's bringing up a point we've talked about here, too. You have people like LeBron James who are using their position to make statements about social issues in the United States. But is there a problem if you support China, but you're speaking out against underserved communities in the United States? And we'll hear a little bit of that.
So he is going to take LeBron James and Michael Jordan to task about their relationship with Nike. So here is Enes Kanter.
Dear Nike, your company says that you are making a positive impact in our communities. And that is true. Yes, you are. Here in the United States, Nike stands with the Black Lives Matter. Nike stands with Stop Asian Hate. Nike stands with the Latino community. And Nike stands with the LGBTQ community. And Nike remains vocal about injustice here in America. But when it comes to China, Nike remains silent. You do not address police brutality in China. You do not speak about discrimination against the LGBTQ community. You do not say a word about the oppression of minorities in China. You are scared to speak up. Who makes your shoes in China? Do you even know? There are so many forced labor factories in China. For instance, Uyghur forced labor in modern day slavery, and it is happening right now in China. Millions of Uyghurs are currently detained, sold, and assigned to work at forced labor camps, prisons, and factories across the country. They are under constant surveillance, with long working hours and poor living conditions. They are subject to political re-education. They have no freedom of expression, no freedom of religion, and they are not even able to leave. Did you know that almost the entire apparel and footwear industry is tainted by Uyghur forced labor? Many well-known global brands are implicated, and yes, that includes one of the NBA's biggest sponsors, Nike. Nike claims that they do not allow any forced labor in their supply chains. Yet, they don't have the receipt to prove it. They have not publicly committed to cutting ties with the Chinese government's labor transfer scheme. They have not provided clear timelines or updates about their efforts to end this. They have not publicly committed to the steps outlined by the coalition to end Uyghur forced labor. Don't forget, every time you put those shoes on your feet or you put that t-shirt on your back, there are so many tears and so much oppression and so much blood behind it all. Nike likes to say, just do it. Well, what are you doing about the slave labor that makes your shoes? That slave labor that makes you rich? To the owner of Nike, Phil Knight, I have a message for you. How about I book a plane tickets for us? Let's fly to China together. We can try to visit these slave labor camps, and you can see it with your own eyes. LeBron James and Michael Jordan, you guys are welcome to come too. Nike must be a participant in this. Stop with hypocrisy. Stop the modern day slavery now.
Wow. How good a player is he? I'm trying to figure out how long he's going to get away with all this. Is he?
Well, he's a center for the Celtics.
Yeah. I don't know that much about him as far as his. I don't know much about the NBA in general, but is he a pretty good player?
And remember, he's the one that gave us the free Tibet the other day.
Oh yeah, same guy.
Free Tibet. He's on them like a tick right now.
He really is.
And boy, the silence is deafening, isn't it?
Yeah, and if Nike can prove him wrong, then they certainly should. But what he's trying to say is, when he gave the list of everybody that Nike, says they love, what he's saying is this some kind of principle for you, or do you know in America these are the organizations you need to be with, or you'll get huge backlash. But over in countries where there's no backlash about it, you don't really mention it. Mm-hmm. So this isn't really a principle to you. It's all public relations based on what market you're in, as opposed to a blanket principle. This is who we are, because and this happens a lot with the leftists, is they only talk about the way people are treated in this country, but they give a pass to other countries who are treating people
much worse.
We had a conversation with a young person one time that didn't seem to understand that the fundamentalists of Islam, those that are terrorists, that are the extremists, if you are in the LGBTQ plus sign community, they will kill you. They eradicate you from their society. So yet Christianity that simply says this is God's standard, we mean no harm, is vilified, but Islam just gets a pass. And so it goes back to, are these principled things? Are you picking and choosing who you need to play to? And that's really what he's asking. And maybe Nike comes back and says, look, this accusation you're making against us just isn't true, and we'll prove it. But he's saying, well, then show us.
Or give us time to move them, and then we'll show you. Let us take it underground. Big country. Not a lot of information out there. Well, it's the same thing, Rick, like with Google and a lot of these other companies. They talk about they want openness, they want this, they want transparency, but then they'll make a deal with China to get in there and say, look, we won't let you search democracy. We won't let you search Tiananmen Square. We won't let you search the Bill of Rights. all these things they block out so that the people remain prisoners.
Right.
And they have no say in their government.
Right. So there you go. We will be back after the top of the hour. If your time with us is wrapping up, though, then we'll catch you on the next edition of Rick and Bubba. Have you ever wondered, if you don't get all the show live, how you can get every minute of Rick and Bubba either live on your time? Find out by going to rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, want to talk to you guys a little bit about inflation. Anybody fired up about inflation? Inflation is running hot. The highs, this is the highest inflation we've had in the last couple of decades. Democrats, leftists, they got another massive spending plan ready to go. How does $3.5 trillion sound? So here's the deal. If you think money grows on trees like the leftists and our government seems to think, then just keep on living in ignorance. But if you're like us, you're concerned about the impact and the additional spending, what is that going to have on the inflation, and it's going to go even higher, then you need to protect your savings now. So how do you do that? You need to diversify. You need to take savings into physical gold and silver. And here's the company that you need to use, Birch Gold Group. Now, Birch Gold Group is the company that we recommend for precious metals. They have an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, countless 5-star reviews, thousands of satisfied customers, and they can help you protect your hard-earned savings. So there's a little section of the IRS tax code that you can legally move even your IRA to a 401k in precious metals with no tax implications or penalties. So to get started on protecting your savings with gold in a tax-sheltered account, request a free info kit from Birch Gold by simply texting Rick Bubba. All right, so get this down. Text Rick Bubba to 989-898. Text Rick Bubba, put it together, 989-898 for Birch Gold. 6.5 minutes past the hour from the Broadcast Plaza Teleport. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy out today. The real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, all here. And we thank you for being with us. Welcome back for a brand new hour. Mr. Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, Bubsy.
Rick, glad to be here.
Hi, I'm Rusty Wallace.
Glad Rusty Wallace was here once upon a time. And thank all of you for listening.
We got bank problems over here, Bubba, but they're working out. Oh, instant replay. He's hung in there pretty good, though.
Yeah.
He's done all right over the years.
What do you do?
Well, I mean, he's done all right.
That's one of the things we need another one.
Yeah, well, I think we have a backup somewhere.
Well, yeah, but that's it. It's a backup.
Yeah, it's a backup. So anyway.
We need a new main one for that one to be the backup.
So we start the hour with the Your America update. Your America. So what seems to be a very poorly thought out strategy, the vaccine mandates. Not a lot of science with this, and it seems to be more of a feel-goodism, I don't know, power trip, government overreach in some places. And a lot of people are saying, I'm not going to be mandated to take the vaccine. Of course, natural antibodies are not taken into this at all.
Well, that's problem number one. We've trampled over the science that we've had for 100 years on viruses with this.
After being told to what?
Follow the science.
Well, we're following your preferred science.
Yeah.
We're not, because if we were following true, pure science, natural antibodies would not, no one with natural antibodies would be required or mandated to take a vaccine. That wouldn't make any sense.
And Rick, I've now heard of two people that I know personally who have an issue with blood, that the vaccine makes their blood clot excessively to the point it can kill them. So their doctors are saying you don't need to get this.
Right.
Well, there's not really a place for them to land then, because you're going to be, treated like the Scarlet Letter if you don't have your vaccine card.
Or you're not going to have a job.
Right. Well, and that's the point.
Right, yeah.
The whole reason you get the vaccine is to cause an immune response with your system, which is really what we ought to be checking. But, the end game is more important than the procedure to get there.
Well, states like our own, I know there's a movement right now with the governor of Alabama that we're not going to participate if they can win their cases, saying in this state there'll be no mandates. You're not going to be allowed to mandate vaccines, and different states are doing different things. Of course, in the communist land of New York City, thousands of city workers, many of them firefighters, are marching across Brooklyn Bridge right now to protest the city's vaccine mandate, which says if they don't get the shot by Friday, then they'll all be put on unpaid leave. And here's some footage of that right here. And there are the firemen and city workers, and they're coming across Brooklyn Bridge right now. And they're saying, look, we are protesting the fact that we may be out of a job. Yeah, I see that. But it still looks like a nice, looks like a nice picture.
They're doing
protest.
a freeze frame.
Yeah, they're doing
to
a freeze
show
frame
that they're in solidarity.
Yeah, but and so here they are, and they're saying that they're gonna rebel against this, and talking about that their body. It was one of the things, one of the funniest jokes. And I know the thing with puppies and all that was serious and heartbreaking for a lot of folks yesterday with Fauci, and I certainly understand that. But I love how many people were quick to say, look, if this bothers you, then him experimenting on human beings has got to bother you too.
You're right. It should bother you when he's vaccinating kids that really don't need it.
Yeah, so there's people saying, you realize you're talking about putting a pharmaceutical.
Workers come from a wide spectrum of backgrounds and hold many different beliefs. But together, we, the workers, are the people that make New York the amazing city that it is.
Rick, a lot of these people are going to be off the job as of Friday.
Was for you to acknowledge that if a vaccine mandate goes through, some of your communities will lose their firehouse. Ambulance response times will skyrocket. Policing and prevention of crime will be scarce. If this vaccine mandate stands and we're not allowed to work, every New Yorker will be impacted.
Yeah, so they're saying we think we have leverage because most cities, now again, when it's run by communists, they may prefer no police and no firefighters, and then they'll insert their own.
Right.
So anyway, there could be some kind of evil, twisted gain here for them who see the world that way. But in the real world, I don't think any of us want our firefighters and our law enforcement people to walk off the job or to be fired from their job because they won't take a vaccine that is mandated. Now, Governor Ron DeSantis of the free state of Florida, he gives a great speech. He hopes to sign legislation that is going to offer $5,000 bonuses to out-of-state police who move to Florida. And he's saying, if you come to Florida, we need you, we'll treat you well, and I'm even going to give you a $5,000 bonus to leave this place that is going to mandate a vaccine.
Help you move.
And come to the free state of Florida. So here it is.
Institutional?
Well, first, I think it's important to point out, on a scientific basis, most of those first responders have had COVID and have recovered. So they have strong protection. And so I think that influences their decision on a lot of this, that they have already had it and recovered. And so they're making no accommodations for that. They're still pretending like that doesn't even exist. And so that's really, really troubling when you see that. But I can tell you, Maria, in Florida, not only are we going to want to protect the law enforcement and all the jobs, we're actually actively working to recruit out-of-state law enforcement because we do have needs in our police and our sheriff's departments. So in the next legislative session, I'm going to hopefully sign legislation that gives a $5,000 bonus to any out-of-state law enforcement that relocates in Florida. So NYPD, Minneapolis, Seattle, if you're not being treated well, we'll treat you better here. You can fill important needs for us, and we'll compensate you as a result.
How about that?
You know, DeSantis excites me as a leader in our government. And it's been a long time since I felt that way about a governor that could potentially be a president at some point.
Yeah.
You know, going back to, say, George W. Bush, who, you know, was a businessman and a governor, and we had a lot of excitement for him when it looked like he was going to run for president. But I think DeSantis may bring even some more things to the table than W had, because he's a fierce conservative, and he is not scared to roll his sleeve up and you know, throw the punches where he needs to. But yet he is a polished politician that keeps him out of some of the hot water that goes with that. Now, I know before you start sending your email, well, you choosing him over Trump? No, I'm just saying. I think.
Let's get to what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think that he will end up running for president, if not in this next time, the time after that. And I think he has a lot to offer. I don't know how else to put it. He's got
his
a great
wife
background
was
too.
recently diagnosed with breast cancer.
Right.
And so certainly praying for her and that journey, but I wonder if that I'm sure that has to influence his decision for this run at some point. So
yeah, because and you just said some things I was thinking too, and again, the Trump people.
Yeah,
it's okay for us to discuss other things.
It is.
If you're a Trump supporter, don't become just a Trump version of the left.
Yeah.
Okay, where you no one can say things, you can't critically think things, we can't discuss things or even debate things, you know, without being somebody. You move to the left, you know. Voting for DeSantis, I don't think is a move to the left. Okay, or if that was a preference, and again, we'll see what Trump does in 2024. But what you guys are saying, what he seems to be, and we may turn out that he's not the real deal. Okay, as we go on, we may find things we don't like. Where W seemed to be, you know, a likable guy, you know, not as conservative in some areas as you want him to be, but you know, certainly better than what the alternative was. Trump was a let's put America first, and let's get rid of all these bad deals, and let's bring a businessman in because politicians have no clue what the real world's like. And he was a fighter and he was a go-getter. But the problem was, W and Trump both, to a degree, were not good communicators. You know, you sometimes they had great points. You're like, man, I wish somebody could have communicated that point like this.
Yeah.
What DeSantis seems to be able to do is to be, again, we'll see, it may change, as easily, I would say, as conservative, if not more than Trump. I'm talking about being a Republican. I'm talking about being a conservative. Definitely more conservative than Bush, but I think probably more conservative than Trump on some issues. But he's also able, like that little clip we just played, he communicated that point so clear and so concise and in a nutshell,
And in our society today, if you can't make your point in a nutshell, people stop listening to you.
Yeah, you got
can't
25
ramble,
seconds.
You can't ramble around. And a lot of times I knew what Trump wanted to say, but I wish he'd have said it better.
No, that's Rick. Y'all send your email to Rick.
No, I do think that. I think Trump was so much better than any other alternative that we had. And if he was president now, we wouldn't be in the shape we're in. 100% I acknowledge that.
Absolutely.
But I'm not going to say that I can't point out some things I wish he did better. And if you're that kind of person, then I don't want anything to do with you anyway.
Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up a little bit later on at 866-WE-BE-BIG. So the kickoff hour yesterday, and we discussed it off the air, but I don't think the big show ever discussed it on the air, and that is that Tom Brady threw his 600th touchdown pass, and when he threw it in the middle of the game, Mike Evans, who was the receiver who caught the 600th TD, he gave it to a kid in the stands, and everybody's like, you just gave Tom Brady's 600th touchdown ball to a kid in the stands.
Yeah, just a couple of weeks ago, Brady passed Drew Brees for all-time record.
Right.
And then the next big number was 600, and he hit that Sunday. And a tradition you've seen done a lot in the NFL, and I think it's probably a good one, is to go and give the ball to somebody. Well, Evans does that, but he doesn't realize it's the 600th pass. So guess what? A lot of people's interested in that ball. 1, Tom Brady. 2, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. 3, the NFL.
Yeah. And did you see what they estimated that it was worth? $500,000.
Now, if that's the case, I'm going to have a hard time giving it back.
Yeah.
Well, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have tried to and got the ball back from a young man named Byron Kennedy. And they reportedly said they had give him this to compensate him for it. Well,
another ball and $1,000 credit to the store in the middle.
That
was the original.
More details have come out. The Buccaneers are actually giving Byron Kennedy 2 signed jerseys, a helmet from Brady, a signed Evans jersey, a game-used cleats, $1,000 worth of team store credit, and 2 season tickets for the rest of this year and all of next year, according to the Atlantic.
You can have the ball.
As reports have gone out, but Rick, if this ball would fetch $500,000 in an opening in an auction, the Buccaneers still got a long way to go.
Yeah, well, Ken Golden, the founder of Golden Auctions, he's the one that estimates if it went to a free auction, he thinks he'd get $500,000 for it.
So
maybe not. I mean, you don't know, but
that's an estimate.
Yeah. I mean, that's what it is. But have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers done enough? The kid was very, very nice to give it back to begin with.
All right, so let's go around the table.
Oh.
And Adler, you can speak from your room in there. Would you give the ball back, Bubba?
I'm just reading what some of the people in social media are saying. They're saying this deal is almost as bad as the Hornets trading Kobe Bryant off on draft night, which I don't remember the details of that story.
Oh,
Greg, you give it back?
I knew he got drafted by the Hornets originally and was traded to the Lakers.
Funny. Would you give it back?
For old Diop. The big center.
Would I give it back?
Slosh it, yeah.
Now, first of all, we're talking about this price on it. That's an estimate. Well, let's say they're wrong and it's worth half that.
Well, I was about to say,
a lot of money.
Yeah.
But the responsibility of having to do all that and get it done and keep the – I don't know. Now I'm thinking about it. I mean, I could afford to get somebody to handle that for me.
Yeah, you could.
Now, he's a grown man. I thought he was a kid. He actually is a grown man.
Okay, yeah. Now, the kid's the one he gave the hat to.
Okay.
That had cancer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I saw that in the clip.
All right.
But this is
he held up a sign, something at you. Yeah, anyway. But
well, you're gonna get a lot of grief for not giving it back.
You're gonna catch grief, and then
of course we don't seem to be too cared about. We don't worry about that here.
Well, I get grief every day.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
That's
that is a
every
good
day
little
here.
package they offered him, but
It
it's
is.
not $500,000.
But could you take that package and go to some sports memorabilia place and do pretty good?
You probably could do pretty good. I don't think you could replace the $500K. I don't even think you could replace $250K.
This is what the Buccaneers ought to do right
No,
now.
you couldn't.
Give him 2 season tickets for his life. Just say for life. Give it to him and be done with it.
Still, though.
That sounds good. Though.
If you're a
if
fan,
you say
it does
for
sound
life,
good.
Yeah.
2 tickets for life.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get to go any game for life, and he's a young man. He'll be around for a while. I think that would sound better, don't you?
Maybe let him kick an extra point.
How about this?
There you go.
I think I want
that.
Yeah, I
That's
want
the
to.
reason I said it.
I want to believe that I would just give it back expecting nothing.
Let him dress out one game and play on the kickoff team.
That's funny. But now let me
When
tell
the
you,
game's out of hand.
I do need to run onto the field in a Buccaneers uniform.
Sure.
Yeah.
But,
I don't know that I'd want to go on the field.
How about I got a free pass to go anywhere I want on any Buck facility?
Let's say this. They're coming to us. We've got the ball.
They're coming to us,
If
and
we got it or I got it.
We just you as an individual. All of us have it. Picture you in your individual life. The Buccaneers come to you and they say, "We need that ball. What do you want?"
I would take 2 really good seats for life, and I have to go on vacation with Tom Brady one time.
Okay, Greg, what do you want?
Good.
I want, like I said, I want full access. I mean, any time of the year, if something official's going on, that'd be at training camp. I want full access.
Are we making ourselves Buccaneers fans?
Yes, I think you have to.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll be the fan if I got that ball. It's worth that.
Yeah.
And then let's see. I want to eat dinner in that big ship they got in the end zone.
Okay.
I want to do that anytime I want.
Okay, all right.
Well, see, if I got 2 tickets, I can carry Jim Dunaway to see a game.
That's funny.
That's true because he loves it.
Hams, what you want?
I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna negotiate with them and see if I can get $100K.
Just straight cash.
Straight
ain't a bad
cash.
idea.
$100K.
Yeah.
Look, I realize this is worth
taxes.
I realize this is $500K we're talking about. I'll take $100K and we'll be done. You don't have to worry about me being here for life. I don't have to run out on the field.
Just want my money.
You don't care. I don't care nothing
It's
about
only-
the store.
it's only
I don't come to
50
many
after
games.
taxes, though,
So,
ma'am.
that's fine. That's fine. I'm looking at that. That's a huge write-off for me. I need that too.
Adler, what about you?
I am seeing right now that Tom Brady showed up on Eli and Peyton last night on Monday Night Football.
He sure did.
And Tom Brady says that he actually is going to give that guy an entire Bitcoin, which is around $63K, so that helps a little bit.
That's huge. Yeah.
Okay.
If you're into that.
A Bitcoin? Is that what
That's what
a
he said.
Bitcoin costs?
Yeah, 1 Bitcoin's at 63 right now, and that could be worth maybe one day $500,000, or it could be worth 5,000. You never know.
Yeah. Okay.
I want 50 grand. And then I want Tom Brady to go to the farm with me for a full day.
There you go. Fishing.
So you're like I am. I'm thinking vacation.
Yeah, we're gonna hang out. We're gonna spend some
Ricky
time.
has to go eat with you and Gary at the Hickory Chip.
Yes, he's got it. hey, when's Tom Brady coming?
He ain't gonna like the menu.
Let's
You know
go
how
down-
he eats weird.
Hey, now honestly, I don't.
They
I
got a
mean,
salad bar.
I just and take him down there to Hickory Chip, and then I'm gonna show him why Moultrie and them don't know what they're talking about.
By the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thank you for being with us. Ancestry.com, teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. We're glad they're here. Ancestry.com/Bubba. Family, your heritage, where we all came from. Have you ever wondered all that? You may say, well, I'll tell you what my ethnicity is. Maybe not. You might want to take a look. See, it might be surprising to you. So we've got some great calls of people who've already done this, talking about things they found out about their family. Why don't you go to Ancestry.com/Bubba, get your Ancestry DNA kit, and start your free trial. You just simply go to our URL, Ancestry.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com. The link's there. Ancestry's billions of records and millions of family trees let you discover their personal stories. You may have a great-grandmother that you find a picture of her as a little girl. Maybe somebody in your family was a mover and shaker, made something happen you didn't even know about it. So find out, because the story of our family is ultimately the story of us as individuals. Where'd your family come from? What region? Where are they? So go to Ancestry.com/Bubba, get that DNA kit and start your free trial, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick, did you happen to see the deal that Tesla and Hertz made yesterday?
I did not.
Or they announced it yesterday.
I did not.
Tesla, as a result of it, is now worth $1 trillion. It's hit that in the market cap. First time after Hertz announced that it will buy 100,000 electric vehicles from Tesla. How about them apples? So you may be renting a car in the near future, and you may be in a battery car and never even been in one before. How about that?
I like that right there.
Can you believe that figure, though, for Tesla? That is amazing.
Well, I mean, but again, it goes back to there was no let's guilt everybody into it. Now, if you see some politicians out there maybe doing that for you, what they've done is they've established a product that seems to have a demand, and people are liking it because they like the technology, they like how it operates, and that's what the free market's all about. Not you should be in an electric car, and nobody really wants one, and ours isn't very good. But we're going if you don't buy one, then you're evil and you don't care about the earth.
News of Tesla's sale drove the stock price up to $1,045 a share by midday, a new record high after the shares broke $900. So basically, if you had money invested in Tesla yesterday, you would have made 12.66% return. Not bad for one day. Come on.
Bubba, Adler Video 3, Dave Chappelle. We've been following this. We've been making the joke that now that the Braves have made it to the World Series after Atlanta was told they couldn't have the All-Star game because they wanted people to identify who they are when they vote. That maybe now that the controversial Braves, with all their controversial mascot and controversial views, that maybe they should have Dave Chappelle not there during the World Series. Yeah. But by the way, so Dave Chappelle is going to clarify, and he's trying to make a very, very important point. And Dave Chappelle and I probably don't agree on a whole lot, and we probably don't share the same worldview on some big topics. But what he is trying to say is this is not about me versus the LGBT community or any community. This is about us giving up our freedom to express ourselves and entertainers to entertain, and then you decide whether you want to support that or like that or not, but not living in a world that starts saying, turn in your notes, because one day, and we saw this in Houston already, it's going to turn into, let's say you like us, have a biblical worldview. I don't care what they do to Dave Chappelle. He's nasty. I understand that. But see, this is the kind of road, though, if you get on it, where somebody says, Dave Chappelle, please turn in your monologue, and pastor, please turn in your message for Sunday.
Yeah.
And we're gonna take out anything we don't like, and we're gonna tell you what you can and can't say. See, when it comes to your door, that's where you got to be careful about this kind of stuff. And that is the point Dave Chappelle is making. Here he is.
I want everyone in this audience to know that even though the media frames this, that it's me versus that community, that is not what it is. Do not blame the LGBTQ community for anything. It's nothing to do with them. It's about corporate interests. And what I can say and what I cannot say.
And that's the important part. It's about what I can and cannot say.
I never thought I'd see, when you put pictures up of the great heroes of free speech and freedom, you'd have Dave Chappelle right next to give me liberty or give me death. I get Patrick Henry. Yeah. Golly.
Guys, we can't. This is, and it was just like I had an emailer the other day, just yesterday, that is trying to make a point. Unfortunately, it was apples and oranges that says, well, I mean, the social media platforms, I mean, if you guys have a chat room on your YouTube channel and we get on there and start saying things that y'all don't want us to say, don't you have the right to take that down? I said, you're doing apples and oranges. We're a publisher. So and by the way, he tried to suggest that we don't let people have opposing views. That's not true. We don't take anybody down who has an opposing view. Now, if you're get on there and you're telling a lie anonymously, or you're getting nasty, or you're trying to threaten, that's different. But that's not the same thing, because what you've said 1,000 times, Bubba, is those that are trying to limit free speech, especially on the social media platforms, they are trying to live in both worlds. And that is, we're just a platform of the free exercise of ideas. We're not a publisher, but so they pretend to be a platform, and then they live as a publisher. And saying that they're private and that they have the right to limit what you can and cannot say. Well, if that's the truth, then you have to be that. You can't pretend that you're one thing and then be protected as another. And so we don't claim to be, if you want to call this show and disagree with us, that's fine. But you're not going to call the show and be filthy or be threatening, and we have the right to do that. But that's not the same thing as somebody saying in the out in the arena of free ideas, people have the right to say what they want to say. We do have limits on free speech. You can't be dangerous with it, but that's not what social media is doing. Social media is saying we are a platform where people communicate, and we're deciding what you can and cannot say. But by the way, we won't be held to these other standards like being liable.
Right.
And I'm sorry. Here's a clip of him talking about how Netflix is the only one that hasn't canceled him. If you guys want that.
Yeah, go ahead. Sure.
They began disinviting me from these film festivals. And now, today, not a film company, not a movie studio, not a film festival, nobody will touch this film. Thank God for Ted Sarandos at Netflix. He's the only one that didn't cancel me yet. To the transgender community, I am more than willing to give you an audience, but you will not summon me. I am not bending to anybody's demands.
Well, we don't hear that much nowadays.
Hey, I don't mind having a conversation, but you're not going to strong arm me and demand that I come anywhere.
Yeah.
Or say if you don't, cave in on your views on us, then we will try to put you out of business or destroy you. Look, we go through this to a degree. Like I say, we've had advertisers that demanded that we didn't talk about our views on certain topics, or they won't advertise, and some that have gone along their way, and they have a right to do that. But we have, many times they've stayed with us by us just explaining that you need to decide what's going to hurt your business more, to be the people who won't have anything to do with the Rick and Bubba show and therefore alienate that audience, or to alienate what we think is a much smaller audience, those that are trying to pressure you to not partner with us.
Right. They many times appear to be a bigger monster than they are because of the way they jump on everybody in the cancel culture, and they get the word out, and they have emails that have been written a certain way, and they share those and whatever. Look, I don't know why we can't all just get along. I mean, if you're trying to sell a product, you need to sell to everybody. But it's just we can't let free speech die in the process of us trying to be politically correct to everything.
Well, and also it's when these standards that are emotional based, they're ever changing.
Yep.
So you could like Ricky Gervais, I say his name, said the other day. He said, even if you try to bend and say, well, in the current time I'm in now, I'll bend to the ebb and flow of the emotional views of the day.
Right.
But then 10 years from now, what we bent to today now is not acceptable. They'll go back 10 years and say, look what you said 10 years ago. And you're like, well, 10 years ago when I said that, it didn't offend anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it does now. Yeah, but I said it 10 years ago, so I won't say it now. Doesn't matter. Still going to cancel you.
Exactly.
So you might as well go ahead and actually have, if you have a worldview, whether I like it or I don't like it, you're allowed to express it. I'm allowed to like it or not like it. But what the world we can't live in is saying there's certain views that everybody has to tolerate, and then there's other views that we'll eradicate from society.
Yeah.
That just, it's just like
good ideas will take care of themselves. Bad ideas will let the marketplace decide that.
Well, and even those that claim to be all loving and all understanding, kind of like the Center for the Celtics was trying to point out, they're really not. They're just picking worldviews they prefer because they certainly don't support them all.
No, they don't.
14 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. There's that phone troll music. You know what that means. Time to get the phone calls in here. It's our first phone troll of the day. And we're thankful that you're part of it. All 10 lines are available. You can dial in right now and get there because of all the lines. We got a lot of topics we've had out there today. And you can talk about any of them. 866-WE-BE-BIG. A line is available for you. And if you dial right now, you'll get in. While you are doing that, let me look at the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming event starting Thursday, the Rick and Bubba Lake Summer Slam Tennis Tournament. Those will be coming to town for that. That starts Thursday. So registration is closed, but if you want to be part of that, go check some of that out. You can. Coming up the weekend of November 5 and 6, I'll be at the men's conference at Green Street Baptist Church in High Point, North Carolina, as they'll be implementing the men's discipleship strategy, and we'll spend the weekend from themanchurch.com doing one of our conferences and talking to these men. And if you would like to find out how you can attend, I believe it's free. Just simply go to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. That Saturday as well, on the 6th, Sherry, my wife, will be at Calvary Baptist Church in Union City, Tennessee, where you hear us on KYTN, and she'll be there for a little lunch with the ladies, and then she'll be speaking after on November the 6th. Find those details at burgessministries.com. And then our very own Scott Dawson, friend of the show, will be doing a man church in Opp, Alabama, coming up on this Thursday night. And if you would like to find the details on that, go to themanchurch.com and click on events and find a man church near you and get all the information there. All right, so to the phones we go. Let's start with Chris in the great state of Alabama. Chris, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Morning, guys.
How you doing, buddy?
My wife works at Auburn University in the vet school, and she received an email late Friday night saying that all Auburn employees had to be fully vaccinated by the 1st of December.
Mm-hmm.
But yet they don't require students to be vaccinated. And if you're coming to a football game or sporting events, nobody's required there.
Right.
And it's just kind of frustrating because, okay, well, you have 2 weeks before you have to start getting vaccinated. And we just got blindsided by this.
Well, Chris, I can tell you what it is. It's because these universities receive federal grants, so they fall under the federal mandate for all of their employees to be vaccinated. You're not the first person we've heard from on this. I've got several emails about it too. But I will tell you this, right now, at this point, if you have an issue with that, I would apply for a religious exemption. Right now, you need to file.
Okay.
Don't wait. File right now. And then...
Well, what would be the path to do that?
Well, they ought to be able to tell you because they have to make an accommodation for religious exemptions. And there's a process, probably a form that you'd have to fill out. And you need to be able to explain why you are anti the vaccine based on your religious expression and practice. And you can do that. That information is out there around. You can research it on the internet and find some of that. And at that point, if you get turned down, you should request information on how many they got and how many they allowed. Because from their standpoint, if they don't allow some of it, it looks like they were against all of it.
Right.
And they were never going to let anybody have an exemption. So you need to look at their numbers. And I hate to say this, but you're probably going to have to get a lawyer involved if you want to carry it out that far. I'm not a lawsuit person, but these are strange times we're living in. And if you feel strongly about it, you're going to have to protect your rights.
Yeah, now there's no scientific reason they're doing that based on all the examples you gave, but science is not part of this. This is all about what's happening with the federal government.
Rick, think about who sets the science here. You've got the CDC and, you know, and the what's the group that approves the drugs?
FDA.
FDA. So, you know, once they rule, and they are the science, the way the government looks at
exactly.
it. So
it's like,
but they have to make a religious exemption, and if they don't allow any of those, it's going to look like they were hostile to it, and that is the language you need to use, by the way. And you got a case because they are going against the Constitution at that point. Now, they are going to pick and choose who they allow and who they don't use. But you're going to have to fight this, guys, if you believe that strongly in it. And again, I'm not anti-vax. I will get a vax when my antibodies fall below a certain point, but I don't have to now. The point is, we all want to be protected against this pandemic. We don't need to just be vax happy and look only at that and not the fact that antibodies are where you're trying to get to with the vaccine. By having it, we all want to build a wall of antibodies. That's how we get herd immunity. Just getting a shot in your arm doesn't give you herd immunity. You have to have a reaction in your body that gives you, from your immune system, to give you antibodies. That's what actually does the work, not the shot. So, again, I think even if we're going to be mandate happy, and please save your email, I'm not a communist because I said that. If you're going to force mandates, you need to be measuring the right thing, not the process, the end result, which is antibodies. Right. And if you've got it, you're covered. If not, you're rolling the dice. But even then, you have the right as an American for a religious exemption. Now, it's not going to be easy because this is new and uncharted waters, but you can win. You can win.
To the phones we go.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure does.
And doesn't make me anti-American or anti-university to say that.
Stephen in Tennessee. Stephen, go ahead. Welcome to the program. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Monkey grass, Green Acres, and Eastbound and Down. Come on.
Thank you, man.
Eastbound and Down.
What's on your mind?
Just wanted to make a comment on the Brady touchdown football trade.
Yeah, 600 career TD pass ball. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How about 2 season tickets for life, and anytime the team goes to the Super Bowl, I get VIP box seats. How about that?
There you go.
That'd be all right.
I was going Super Bowl last night.
Yeah. So Jeremiah in Birmingham. Jeremiah, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, fellas. Last night, if you were watching the Mannings talk on Monday Night Football, Tom Brady was on there, and he actually said that he gave that guy a Bitcoin as well.
Yeah, we did cover that. Yeah. Adler said that a minute.
Okay.
You may have missed that.
Now, how do you give somebody a Bitcoin, sir? Can you explain that to me?
You basically just transfer it over. $64,000.
Well, today.
Yeah.
Today.
Yeah, it could be worth 10 cents tomorrow, or it could be worth $100,000. Who knows?
All right, we'll come back. We didn't get a whole lot of calls in there.
Can I throw in new Tesla on my request?
Yes.
Season tickets.
We got other stuff to cover, but we'll get more of your phone calls in too when we come back. So if you can hang. If not, we'll talk to you another day. Top of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Website, rickandbubba.com. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleport. We'll continue this hour. We'll take some more of your phone calls to get started. Bubba, before we get back to the phones, this is interesting. You know, everybody's tried to come up with all these different, you know, the cool thing is when everybody tries to, you know, we're in a new fear-mongering is our favorite thing now. Oh, yeah. End of time, big, bold statements. And then, of course, when it doesn't happen, kind of like a lot of times football predictions.
Don't hear much about
weather forecast. Yeah, if it didn't work out, it's almost like we never said it. And do we remember
Pizzagate predictions, all that?
Do we remember when
JFK Jr. never saw him? Greg never came back. Never came back.
Do you remember when college football fans were vilified as they were going to take COVID to the next level? All these ball games, all these people going to games, and it was going to be the end of time. We'll revisit that and then kind of...
Let's remember this. Remember these predictions by these experts.
Yeah, see if you remember this from October the 16th. Here we go.
This morning, college football fans are getting ready once again to pack stadiums nationwide. For weeks, crowds in the tens of thousands, mostly unmasked, have sat side by side, now cheering on their teams at the halfway point of the season.
They're bringing more energy than before.
People are more pumped up.
Yes, sir.
All while doctors warned of game-coming potential super spread events. A frightening prospect with hospitals at the time already on the brink.
As soon as I saw it, I thought COVID's about to have a feast. What did you think?
I thought the same thing. I think it's really unfortunate.
But it never happened. COVID cases, hospitalizations, and deaths now all down nationwide.
Do those scenes of those packed crowds give you less anxiety than they did back in September?
It does. It definitely gives me less anxiety at that time as I see some increased number of vaccinated people and the decrease in the dwindling numbers, for sure.
Cases are now in steep decline in every college football state across the South, including Florida, where hospitalizations fell 64% last month, even as some 90,000 fans packed the Gator Stadium.
You see it on TV and it looks really scary because we're not used to seeing that anymore. But in reality, I think the exposure isn't as great as we think it is.
Doctors crediting games in open-air venues, a vaccination bump during the surge, and natural immunity after Delta swept through younger populations. Dr. Cindy Prinz is an epidemiologist at the University of Florida who's been studying infection control at outdoor events.
We prefer to learn by studying, but I'd say in this case, we probably learned a little bit by doing as well. So it's not a matter of trying to keep people from doing activities. It really is a matter of trying to figure out, you know, can these be done safely?
A timely concern as large-scale events increasingly move indoors. For today, Shaquille Brewster, NBC News, Memphis.
That was the Today Show report.
Shaquille Brewster.
So we were told the word feast.
Good news.
Remember
Good
that?
news for Joy and
a COVID
Dr. Fauci. Y'all can rest easy out there.
It's anecdotal. I'm testing some puppies right now at a ball game.
I'll tell you. So look, I mean, let's just look at this. I'm going to put aside my opinions of the good doctor and my opinions of MSNBC. Let's just look at the facts. We had a surge. We packed stadiums. By their own words, this should have been a nightmare scenario that wiped out the population.
You're talking about people walking around in a mask outside?
But it didn't. And not only college football, high school football games, junior high football games, little league games,
Major League Baseball,
NFL.
We're going to see crowds the next few nights in Houston. They're going to be hanging from the rafters. As you mentioned, NFL cities everywhere, but yet everything is in decline. So
concerts, Broadway open back up.
How can that be? Just pure science. How can that be? How can it be?
Well, they finally mentioned it on item 3, but you had to be paying attention.
Right. They'll slip it in.
Yeah,
right?
and that is, yes, the vaccine has played a role, I think.
Because it's caused an immune response.
The treatments have played a role.
Yep.
And natural immunity has played a role. Natural immunity after Delta swept through younger populations. Go watch. There's a special. I've been sending it about 3 times right now, and I watched it. It's not very long. on the Amish community.
I saw that.
Did you see it?
Mm-hmm.
You know what they did?
Shame none of them there saw it.
You know what they did? No. You know what they did? Nothing.
Nothing.
They just let it come into their community, do its deal. They never stopped going to church. They even took
Jedediah had one bad day, ran a fever.
They even took communion. The way they
Lost
take
his mustache, he didn't leave nothing but a beard.
When they take communion, everybody drinks out of the same cup. So he said we all got it.
I don't want to do that.
He said almost after the first church service, we all had it.
Right.
Good night.
And but it went through their community naturally, and it's gone.
Think about this. I know that on the surface sounds bad for us.
Anecdotal Amish.
For everybody in that church, which is a small church. Remember, we're not talking mega church here. Remember, they got no PA, so they can't build them too big.
Mm-hmm. And they also can't get away from each other. So look at that.
That's right. So the fact that they share that cup probably helps their immune system all the time from everything that everybody's been exposed to. I mean, we hate to think of that, but it probably is true.
You're probably right.
Well,
exposure is the way your body builds antibodies. So the worst thing you can do, unless you got something killing half the people, and when you got that, you got to break it up. You're probably better to be around people than not, right? Mm-hmm. And Rick, all along during the worst part of this,
lockdowns didn't work.
During the worst part of this, who were the people that just functioned like no problem? They never had a shortage of help. They never had people out en masse. That was the big box stores and the big supermarkets. Mm-hmm. Never had a problem.
Never had a problem.
You couldn't catch COVID-19 at a Lowe's or Home Depot to save your life. You go in there and lick the floor, you couldn't get it. You know it?
Yeah.
So what was going on? We've got to learn from these real-world scientific experiments, right?
Yeah. You right now you can tell the people in the school systems that require masks because they've all got acne around their nose and mouth.
Right. Look, I know everybody's just trying to do what they can, but science has took such a black eye over this because science has been left behind. It's big money, it's politics, it's big pharma. You don't know what to believe. And look, your doctors, honestly, I mean, I think they're all trying to do a good job, but they're all employed by a big healthcare system, and they have to do what the healthcare system says, or guess what? They're out on their ear.
How about this? I totally understand it. So I'm not saying I don't understand it, but we have treated this pandemic the way we treat bad emails. We never, like today, I'll download emails and I'll get, anywhere from 250 on a slow day to
you're going to get a couple
to 400.
You've gone liberal because you didn't agree with every single thing Trump said.
400 on a high day. And then I will go through and let's say a lot of them will just be meaningless stuff.
Right.
But I'll go through comments on the show and it will be 97% positive. Okay?
Right.
98% positive. 2% negative. Which ones do you think are the ones that get my reaction more?
No, the two.
So when I hear that 99% of people are living, that doesn't I can't do anything with that. But you keep showing me the 1% that are dying.
Yeah.
And it creates a picture because rightfully so, we don't want to see anybody die of anything that we might could get. So, or somebody you love. So those things are always going to hold more weight. We just don't have the ability, it seems, to look around and go, yeah, but most people aren't. Even people who get it. Most people aren't. And you know what? The numbers are down, and it seems that interacting with each other, there seems to be a process this thing's going to run through that we can't do much about other than to be ready to treat ourselves either through the best protection we can have or the best treatments that we have. But this thing of thinking that somehow the way we can run society will stop it, I don't think that's true. It doesn't appear to be true.
No.
So we really should have never stopped living because the damage of that has been worse than the damage of the pandemic.
But, Rick, it plays into our mentality as Americans because we've been blessed, let's admit, beyond comprehension. We want everything, and we want it now. We want it quick. We want it microwave. We want it drive-through. We want it delivered to our house. And we want to be healthy immediately, too. And we want a pandemic to be over, and sometime it just ain't going to do that.
We'll talk to you next.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Your phone calls coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We go to Garrett out of Birmingham, Alabama. Garrett, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
Hey, doing just fine, fellas. How y'all doing?
Fantastic. Glad you called.
And Dio.
Well, hey, I just wanted to bring up, John Gruden got fired over his previous emails.
Yes.
And I just wanted to bring up that Hillary can just delete hers and still just run for president. I don't understand really how that would happen.
Well, remember, John Gruden is only in trouble for things that happened how many years ago?
Over 10.
But by the standards of today.
Right.
Those same emails are found when they actually were sent.
Yeah.
No problem at all.
That's true.
So that's the deal. And the Clintons, you're just not allowed to hold them accountable for.
Yeah, they are Teflon.
They can lie on their oath.
Yeah, they were just
it's
for
not
some
a big
reason put on this earth, and we as human beings decided that they get a pass. I don't know why, but we did. We continue. Bruce in Nashville
and Hunter Biden.
Right, Bruce, go ahead.
That's a good one, isn't it?
It's disappointing that Bubba's turning into a communist, but whatever. There's other show members I can
That
turn
was Rick. That was Rick this morning.
Nah, I don't know, Bubba. I've seen you drifting over there. I know what's going on.
Yeah.
Hey, I just wanted to demonstrate, give you an example of the power of your show. I walked around the house for a week saying, I feel so bad for her.
Yes.
And I kept doing it. Finally, my family goes, what did you say? Why do you keep saying that? What is the deal? So I played the bit for them.
Yeah.
And then I heard every member of my family, including all my kids, walking around for a few days going, I feel so bad for her.
Yes.
I feel so bad for her.
I did that yesterday. Sherry was having some kind of sinus infection problem and then had to go to see an orthopedic. She's going to probably have to have shoulder surgery. And she was telling me about it, and she just sounded and looked so pitiful. And I said, I feel so bad for you. Yeah, it was. By the way, she said, this is another thing Sherry asked too. She goes, can I ask this question? Because all she had was some kind of sinus infection or whatever. She goes, will we be tested for COVID for the rest of our lives if you go to the doctor for anything?
Yeah, probably so.
And I said, she goes, I mean, when will that ever end? She goes, you can only have this thing crammed up your nose so many times. She's like, well, we'll be tested like, will the rest of our lives be, hey, I need to go to the doctor. I don't feel good. COVID test.
Yeah, for a while, I think so.
Yeah, so.
I'm so glad I had that sinus surgery because my right side's so cored out, I can't even tell they're sticking something up
there
in
you
it,
go. Yeah. Let's go to Matt in Auburn. Matt, go ahead.
He said you could see it in the corner of my eye coming up in there.
Matt, go ahead.
Hey guys, love the show.
Thanks.
Quick question: if the government is making everybody get the vaccine, what about the monoclonal infusion that you need the antibodies from the people's plasma? If you get the vaccine, does it kill the antibodies that you have?
No, I don't think so. I think it's almost like
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
And that is one of the questions that has been brought up about if you have natural antibody and you get the shot on top of it. Now, the initial reports, and we're quoting the Israeli study, which is still the walking boss so far, saying that if you have natural antibodies and you get a shot, you are off the chart with antibodies. But people have asked me this, and I don't know what to tell them. If you have natural antibodies, does getting the shot hurt that? Or does the immune response override your natural response? And I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I understand what you're saying, and I didn't exactly word that the best way, but I know what you're asking, and I don't know.
Well, the problem with all this that I have seen on things that are not even up for debate, this isn't your political view, your vaccine view, your whatever view. Here's some things I can tell you that are 100% factual because we went through them. Antibodies only last 90 days. Not true. Natural antibodies don't offer you as good a protection as the vaccine. Not true. You need to wear a mask, and if you need to wear a mask. But well, what if I've already had the virus? Why do I have to wear a mask? Well, you can still get it and pass it even if you've had it. That's why you got to wear a mask. Some of these things are being done because they're trying to do it the simplest way.
Right.
Not really the scientific way, but they don't like little things like natural antibodies. Well, we don't know who to believe, who not to believe. Can't get you a card
We don't have a sign to put on you, but if you'll just say you've had the vaccine, we all know what that means, and it makes us feel more comfortable. So natural antibody people just don't make us feel as comfortable, even though they may be more safe than even the vaccinated people. And then we're telling people that are vaccinated that they need to be protected from people that are not vaccinated. But what's the vaccine for? All that gets real confusing.
Well, it's a leaky vaccine,
right? Yeah.
And it's not perfect, but it's because of the virus we're dealing with,
right? And so what I'm saying,
but it does help.
When you ask questions like that, when people act like they know,
right?
They really don't,
right?
Because some of it we're not going to know till we've actually done it. And we've actually got to the other side. Then we look back and go, "Oh, well, look, that's what that did.
This worked, this didn't," and try to take politics.
So were we wrong?
Money out of it.
Were we wrong that natural antibodies last 90 days? Yes.
Yes, that is correct.
Totally wrong.
Because we know.
But we were told that.
Right. To begin with, because obviously we didn't know.
And now what are they saying? Well, we don't know how long the vaccine will last.
Well, they're telling you to get a booster shot after 6 months.
Right.
So they're saying it doesn't last more than 6 months.
Right.
I'm sitting here with natural antibodies going on 11 months, still raging.
Yeah.
So, and I know everybody's different. I mean, you may not have the same response. I might not have the same response the next time I had it. Who knows?
Well, it goes back to this. If you got the vaccine, can you still get the virus?
Yes.
If you have natural antibodies, can you still get the virus?
Yes. None of it's perfect.
Right. So, but it all helps.
It's all a numbers game.
Do the treatments seem to help people have a less severe deal with it?
We have a family friend that just went in the hospital, I don't know, a week or so ago, and the antibodies is what brought him out of it. The monoclonal antibodies.
Matt, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Like to never got them, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Matt, go ahead.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good. Great.
Hey, so I got a COVID update, but first, we need some more recommendations on sitcoms to watch. We're on a weekly basis now with Goldbergs, and can't wait long enough. And Karate Kid 4 is coming out on December 31st, so we need some more sitcoms to watch. The update on the coronavirus, got tested positive on Friday, got the monoclonals Friday afternoon, started feeling 100 times better Saturday. Here I am. It was Monday, started this week, had no headache. The only thing I had was just the no taste and, a persistent cough. And so, I feel like, my wife had the same thing and went through the same ordeal, the same week, last week as well. And, she's feeling 100 times better as well with the monoclonal. Why can't we just, instead of the shots, do the monoclonal, the infusion for everybody?
Well, it's that we supposedly had enough doses for everybody.
Well,
and plus some.
That technology has been around since World War I. That's one of the problems because nobody can make a lot of money on it. I hate to say it. I think that's a big part of it.
Well, it goes back to what I said. We have the vaccine, we have natural antibodies, and we have treatments.
Yeah.
And it appears that all of that is helping us move through this latest variant. I hope so.
Yeah. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. It's like everything else. The window to do it's already closed. We always come in when the window's over. Cook's Pest Control is, teaming up with Rick and Bubba. We've had them around for a while, haven't we? Love these guys and ladies. They do a great job, best in the business. Put them to work for you when it comes to pest control. Now, you want to protect that property from termites, then, you really can get set up with Centricon and Cook's Pest Control and build that fortress around the property. Hey, new home construction for you contractors, they'll do that too. Put them to work for you by going to cookspest.com. They'll give you a free evaluation. You don't even have – you can say, let me hear the evaluation, then I'll decide. They'll do that. That's fine. No obligation. Of course, I'd go ahead and save you some trouble and use them because they're the best. Cook's Pest Control. Go to cookspest.com and sing with us. Looky, looky, looky. Here comes Cookie. Cook's Pest Control. Bubba, so this Brian Laundrie story, very confusing.
Still confusing. Look, I'm glad Helms said what he did in the break because I got the text or I got the word from Hunter yesterday, and he said DNA doesn't match. Mm-hmm. So I sent that to you guys. Mm-hmm. And then I heard it from Betty, and so then I got on another project, and I never did follow up on it. And then you were like, today, well, does it match or not? I go, well, I don't know.
You left us hanging.
And so it doesn't appear to be as clear-cut as what we thought it was yesterday. And, Hams, I'm glad you told me that Amanda told you the same.
One of the last things that was said before our eyes closed and went to sleep last night was Amanda said, hey, you heard this on the latest on Brian Laundrie. I don't think the DNA matched. And I said, no. I immediately went into, no. I think we discussed that this morning. I think it's clear cut. We got dental records and all that. And then next thing I know, I woke up this morning. That was the last thing that was said. So there is some confusion out there somewhere. Not sure where they're getting this.
I think I got it. I'll tell you why. Because
let me ask you this.
Stories
if it ain't him, how many people died in them woods next to their house?
Well, here's Greg, and some of these things are so poorly written. Because when I got the text from Bubba, I immediately said, I'm going to go with the story, see what they say. Good luck with that. It was, but I think I got it. If you piece enough stories together, sadly, you have to do that. He was actually shot accidentally by Alec Baldwin.
Okay.
No, too early. No, here's what they're saying.
Too soon.
Is that too soon?
Too soon.
All right, here's what they were saying. Brian Laundrie's remains were sent to an anthropologist for further evaluation, and here's what got everybody going. After the autopsy results came back inconclusive. Not that it's his body or not. That is conclusive. They can't figure out what killed him.
Yeah,
that's what's inconclusive. So they said the remains they got, and they've got a notebook they think might be savable.
They can see, yeah.
They got the stuff. It is him.
Okay.
But they're trying to put together
how he died.
How is it out? Why is his body laying out here? What killed him?
Yeah, cause of death.
What was the cause of death? And they said, we tried it without anthropologists, and we couldn't figure it out. So we've sent it off to anthropologists, I guess, that deal with bones more. Now, I've had people say, I ain't never seen a body turn into bones that quick. Well, look, I don't know about it. It's out in the swamp. Yeah. There's all kinds of, scavengers.
Is that how they say it when they say
it? But we all knew that if you are Brian Laundrie and this mystery happened with your girlfriend and you come back, now you're on the run, the only way you ever have anything close to normal life is if the authorities quit looking for you.
Totally understand
And
that.
the only way you can do that is to fake your death.
It says no manner or cause of death was determined. And it goes on, it says there's not a timeline from when anthropologists will conclude the evaluation of Laundrie's remains. He said that will ultimately be cremated.
So you're saying it may not be him?
No, I didn't say that. I did not say that.
Correct.
Now, see the fact. And the reason
so
why,
they don't know.
And then you get this, hey, parents ain't buried him yet. Well, they don't have his remains.
Sure.
You can't bury something you don't have. And now they're saying that they're going to actually cremate
Can we
them.
have anything in this world that's news that we don't have 900 theories?
Not anymore, Greg.
It's crazy.
Not anymore.
You heard the latest?
Now I'm going to say this.
Latest on what?
I'm going to say this. Listen, I'm going to say this. We will come back tomorrow, and it will be they're not his remains.
Sure.
But anyway, as of right now, I believe the confusion, and I thought it was poorly done, they just threw out Brian Laundrie's remains come back inconclusive.
Yeah.
Well, see, you can't throw a statement out like that. I mean,
it's poor journalism.
Yeah, it is. You need to explain.
And the need for clickbait.
Here's how it should.
What about JFK Jr.?
Well, you know what? I'll tell you what he needed to work on. And now to the notebook. They think the notebook found near the remains, they might be able to salvage it. And they think they might be able to read it and figure out what's on it. Maybe.
But they're inconclusive.
I mean, is anything conclusive?
I thought Rick, why is he walking around with a notebook?
I thought we had a
he
few
might
things.
be
journal, Greg.
Was he going to class?
Any shot your journal ever?
Me?
Yes.
No.
None.
Are you kidding?
None.
Rick. I can't read my writing.
Remind me to tell you.
You need to do a captain's log like old Kirk did on Star Trek.
Remind me to tell you something in the break about journaling.
Star date.
About who?
About journaling in the break.
Okay. How about, Rick, a list of things that I really have no desire at all to do? Journaling's on it.
Yeah, it is. It's there.
Yeah.
I understand the benefit of journaling, but
it's right up there with
Rick,
sculpting.
I've just never been able to pull that off.
Rick, can I tell you, I see that there would be a need for you to maybe make a 5-minute entry into highlights of the day to refer back to, but I just don't want to call it journaling.
That's a good point.
I don't like the name journal.
Yeah.
No, that's good.
It makes you think. Look, girls' journal.
There it is.
Let's just say
a flowery notebook.
As we
it ain't
grew
nothing
up,
but a man trying to act like he ain't got a diary.
But,
Thank you.
But
That's it.
If you call it the captain's log, it's different.
Absolutely.
I'm going to move in as only this show could do. Yeah, call it the captain's log. But I will say now that my memory has gone away, it would be nice to be able to go back and go, oh, that's what happened.
Yeah, a log is a record.
Maybe I should just, like Bubba said, just record stuff.
No, you're right. It's all presentation.
Log it in.
And the word we're using is what drives us away from it.
When a man says that he journals, all he's saying is, I can't use the word diary.
That's it.
No.
Here's my journal.
Bubba, I love
Yesterday, I was surprised that Bubba is getting so liberal.
I know. Is that what you wrote? Yeah. Greg.
Greg's
October
log.
22nd. Bubba starting to drift to the left. By the way, only we can now transition to this. I think I'm somewhat on topic. Did you guys, no way you heard it. You're too young. No way Adler ever heard it. Greg did hear it because the album was in our house. Bubba, maybe. The song by Bread, Diary. And it's you know those songs, those are story songs where the story just tears you apart. And it's about a guy finding his
reading about me.
He thinks that they're going to get married. He finds her diary, and he's reading it, and he thinks everything she's writing is about him. He's like, man, this is solid. We have got a relationship. We're going to get married. And then he realizes in the diary that she's writing about another man. That ain't about him.
Oh my! Wow.
I hadn't heard it.
I found your diary.
That's the last verse. That's a heartbreaker.
You don't see it coming either. You kind of starting to feel good for him. You think you found something written about you. It's all number one, and you realize, wait a minute, this ain't about me. This is about who she really loves.
Wouldn't you know it? She wouldn't show it.
She wouldn't show it.
I remember that song. It's kind of depressing and weird.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Does it start out diary, diary, diary?
That's a different one.
Because if you think about it, Greg, it doesn't sound as good to go, I found your journal.
Or how about this? I found your captain's log today.
I
read the entry from start date 2021.
Start date 2021.
You mentioned you had a crush, but there was no rush.
But Bubba has, when he's rhyming, it's always real. It's
very
stiff.
It's very
clunky.
Rudimentary.
Yeah, that's the word. Man, nice word.
Rudimentary.
Gosh, that's good. How many times in your life have you used that word?
Twice.
Bubba read a diary underneath.
I got a captain's log about me.
Some people call it a journal, but not me. I call it a captain's log.
Some people call it diary,
but not me. It's a captain's log. Remember again, it's a captain's log.
Bubba, quit saying captain's log.
It's a little different than a pecan log.
It's like a log book, but it's called a captain's log.
Star date.
Certainly not a Yule log.
That's a great Yule log. Oh, my goodness.
Only this show. How do we
What
even
a
end
weird
up here?
show today.
Real. I love
It's
it.
almost like there's gas in the air conditioning.
I blame
It's
Cuz.
acting
I do
goofy
too.
today.
Cuz started this whole thing with split toe.
Or whoever it was brought us those snacks this morning. Were they loaded with something?
Could have been. Yes. We'll be back. Your phone calls and whatever we forgot this hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But it's not. It wasn't about him.
No.
Oh, I didn't know we were this far along.
Captain's log.
What did that say, Bubba?
Said that she had found the love she'd waited for.
It wasn't him, though. It wasn't him. Well, you know why? Because it ain't you. All right, so as we come back on a very serious note, Speedy's dad, open heart surgery is going on right now. So if you're listening to the show live, and you are a person of faith and you believe in the power of prayer, he's 81, right?
80 for sure. Yeah.
80 for sure. So, open heart surgery is tough at any time of your life, but when you're a little older, the risks certainly are higher. But again, we're hoping for a quality of life that he's not going to have if he doesn't have the surgery. So be in prayer for their family as that is taking place if you're listening live right now. And if you're listening to an archive, hopefully we'll have an update for you tomorrow. So, Bubba, the
lift him up, prayer warriors.
Speaking of getting older, our president, I know you're not going to believe what I'm about to say. He has told the Amtrak story again.
Well, see if he put this in his captain's log, he'd know not to do that.
Right. That's Bubba. You're right.
Yeah. So
just since the other day, he's done it again.
Yeah, and he loves that Joey Baby part.
Oh, that's his favorite.
Joey Baby.
So I have two things for you, Greg. And the one you're going to want video 5B better than A.
Okay.
A is just him telling it again. But B, Greg, I'm going to get you. Adler has got us a 20-second montage of Joey Baby.
Okay.
Yeah, and how many times he's done it. So let's go to.
Secret Service nearly shot him.
Yeah, let's go to. Which that didn't happen.
No.
Let's
Joey
go.
Baby.
Let's go to Joey's. Joe Biden's telling of the story again that has been proven not to be true.
I commuted every single day, 263 miles a day on Amtrak from the time I got elected United States Senator.
Move, Joey.
As a matter of fact, when I was vice president, I used to like to take the train home because my mom was very sick and dying, and I'd come home every weekend to make sure I'd take the train home. And the Secret Service, and I'm not criticizing them, legitimately would rather me fly because it's safer, because too many people can get on and off, etc. I'm getting on one Friday, and then one of the senior guys on Amtrak, Angelo Negri. I got to know all the conductors really well. They became my friends. I mean, really, my genuine friends. I had them at my home at Christmas and during the summer.
No,
that's not true.
And Ange walks up to me and he goes, "Joey, baby!" Grabs my cheek, and I thought the Secret Service was going to blow his head off.
Didn't happen.
I swear to God, true story.
No, it's not.
I said, no, he's a friend. I said, "What's up, Ange?" He said, "Joey, I read in the paper. You travel 1,200,000 miles on Air Force
He never
planes,"
gets that right.
because they keep meticulous tabs of it. I said, "Yeah." He said, "Big," I won't say the whole thing, "big deal."
He almost said it. Did you see his mouth?
So you know how many miles you travel on Amtrak, Joey? And I said, "No." He said, "The boys and I figured out the retirement dinner." He said, "You traveled 2 million, I think it was 180, but 2,200,000 miles. So how'd you get that, Ann? He said, "Well, 267 miles a day. We figured you traveled 119 days a year for 36 years, and then you traveled as vice president." He goes, "So, Joey, I don't want to hear this about the Air Force anymore. I'm a train guy."
I'm a train guy.
Greg, let's go back. Do you think
and this is recent?
Yeah. Do you think there's people in the audience that go, "Oh, we all know this story.
We've all heard it.
We've all heard it."
Do you think when he starts it, they just go, "Oh,
They roll their eyes.
Here we go again." Okay, so let's hear the montage.
Montage of Joey Baby.
Yep.
Angelo Negri came up and he goes, "Joey, baby!" And he grabbed my cheek. He goes, "Joey, baby!" Grabs my cheek like that. He walked up and grabbed me and he goes like this. "Joey, baby!" Grabs my cheek. And he goes, "Joey, baby!" And Ange walks up to me and he goes, "Joey, baby!" Grabs my cheek.
What about the mask on him?
Greg.
True story.
What? No, this time he said, "I swear to God, it's a true story." But it's not. I mean, I think.
Has he ever acknowledged that the guy that when he claimed it happened, the guy had already died?
I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. something like this happen.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a complete
but he
fabrication.
keeps getting the timeline wrong, which makes it look like he's making the whole thing.
Yeah.
He's got the timeline wrong.
Yeah, that's probably more like it, but still, though.
But
Joey baby.
But now I'm just to the point of
Secret Service nearly shot.
and that didn't happen. The Secret Service. If a guy gets on a plane and gets close enough to you to grab your cheek and go, Joey baby, they've already determined he's not a threat.
Exactly. He would have never got that
He would have
close to
never got there. That's just not true. They didn't almost shoot him. And how about this? The Amtrak workers did not come to the Biden's house every Christmas and over the summer.
Rick, that's one of those when I'm telling my story and I want to Rick, we got really close. I mean, they even came to the house.
No.
Okay, y'all got close.
That was
but
an
they didn't come to the
add-on.
house.
And look, there's
First name
He
basis,
may
I
have
guess.
drove by the house and told you he drove by.
Sure.
The house.
He might have screamed Joey baby out of the car. But
at that same event, Biden struggled to read off the teleprompter, and this makes no sense. See if you guys want to hear this.
Okay.
Know the little expression, time is money. As one computer said, if you're on the train and they say Portal Bridge, you know you better make other plans.
What? What was that?
Again.
Blinking.
Again. Yeah, that's when he's confused when he blinks.
Know the little expression, time is money. As one computer said, if you're on the train and they say Portal Bridge, you know you better make other plans.
Somebody wrote that one down. You can even see in his face, I have no idea what I'm talking about.
I don't even know what I'm
coming
saying.
out.
First of all, he said computer instead of commuter. Yeah, and then
about a bridge.
And then somebody. There's all say. He
left the whole part
He
out.
slurred that up, and I don't know what we're gonna do. I mean, we
Maybe he needs a captain's log.
Right? Yeah,
Well, does he ever?
guys, we still got. I mean, we still got 2 more full years left. Wow. Joey baby.
Joey baby.
Yeah, and I tell you, I feel
2
like
more years. Rick, we got 3.
Yeah.
I thought 2022. Well, you're right.
Yeah, we ain't got a full year yet. We're still just.
We got 3 more years.
10 months in.
Oh, Rick, you tried to hurry it up.
I tried to hurry it. I was
Guys,
trying
that's
to.
if we're lucky.
I was trying to do 2 plus 2
baby.
is 2 plus 2 is 4.
I know
but I realized.
it's going to seem like it's a long time.
Oh my God. I gotta
What
go.
did you-
I gotta go.
Well, I
through
tell you,
those.
This is the
This-
exact quote of what he just said. These are the exact words he just said.
As one computer said, if you're on the train and they say Portal Bridge, you know you better make better plans.
Okay, cleared that up.
Maybe who he's talking to understands that.
Maybe.
They probably don't know what a they still you still
Portal
need to say
Bridge must mean something.
you still
I'm
need
not
to say
familiar.
commuter, not computer.
Rick, I'm a trained guy.
Yeah, I know. And
I'm a trained guy.
You need to say there's an old oil saying. He said, "Oh, saying." I mean, you still need to get it right. And now I want you to imagine. Okay. He tries. Surely he's not going to try to run again.
Well, I mean,
Rick,
he hasn't given us any indication that he's not.
What, you saying he's
So
not
tack
qualified?
on 3 more years.
That's what I'm saying. If we're lucky, 3 years.
Tack on 3 more years,
you
and
gotta-
then sit him down to be asked questions next to a DeSantis.
Oh my.
That may not matter because
Well, he'll go in hiding and won't do debates.
it may not
and
matter
stuff like
because some
that,
people,
like he did this time.
Some people going to vote a certain political party against the other party, no matter who the candidates are. It doesn't matter.
47% right off the top.
And
You
I
could roll
would
the
fall in
Golden
that category.
State Killer in there, and they'd vote.
And I would fall in that category. I mean,
47 on one side, 45 on the other, and about 7% in the middle make the decision.
yeah, because I mean the current state of the Democratic Party.
for that update.
They said, the current state of the Democratic Party, they could have the most flamboyant speaker of all time.
You
but
know
if
where I got that?
What?
Captain's Log.
Captain's Log. But if they're going to hold to the principles of the current Democratic Party, I can't vote for that, even if my candidate's rambling around. So I understand. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
It brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother. Oh, there is no other waking on their blubber.